Welcome everyone to the Bash in Berlin watch party. You're watching the Tom Colohue channel where usually we dive into the world of wrestling news with our spoiler warning shows, and today we have a full WWE show to dive into. We have Bash in Berlin. The WWE continues to go even further across the pond, even further into the continental approach we've been covering quite extensively as part of their plan to essentially take over the world Pinky and the Brain style. Today, the next step. Germany. The champion, Gunter, World Heavyweight Champion at least, main events tonight against Randy Orton. Randall Keith is in action, and for some reason nobody's chanting that when they absolutely should be. So for those who are actually currently watching or currently at Bash in Berlin, we salute you for your endeavours and your effort for it, because we are sat in the studio at home ready to host the party for it. Welcome everyone. We've got Jack and Marcel already here. Jack is sharing his predictions. We've also got OLE, which I believe is our friend Bobby, saying hello Tom, hope you enjoy the Bash today. All the best from all of your friends over at OLE. Been a little while since I've appeared on your shows, mate. I believe it was the beginning of the year, actually. Or, no, WrestleMania. WrestleMania time. We'll have to sort something out. Amari is there, says, hey Tom Colohue, full naming me, which makes me think I'm in trouble. Welcome Amari. And Thomas is here as well, saying hi Tom. Welcome Thomas. These shows are typically a little different from Spoiler Warning. Spoiler Warning is a constant, consistent bash. It is high tempo, high pace, non-stop because of the amount of news and the amount of people. We're regularly getting to 130, 140 people for that reason. When it comes to the watch parties, we're a little more relaxed, a little more chilled, and we can take our time a little more, which is its own fun. Oh wow, Kevin Owens does not like Maui. We are currently on the pre-show. We have an hour left. We've just seen a little bit of The Rock and we're getting a lot of Kevin Owens right now, so I absolutely cannot complain. The show tonight will have 5 matches. We'll go through our predictions as we go through the show, and I would love to hear yours as well. But there's an hour-long pre-show before we get to the main event. The show this time last month for SummerSlam reached almost 5,000 views. Anything even close to that, I'll be in a very good mood afterwards. But tell you why I'm also in a good mood. It's 5 p.m. here in the UK. Usually I'm going live at midnight and I'm on until 4. It is 5 p.m. What a great time for a PLE. The more of these we can get, the better I'll be, the happier I'll be. The more shows in the UK we do, the happier I'll be. Honestly, you may have noticed on the old X machine that I even watched AEW All In and quite enjoyed it. Shows at this time, wonderful, wonderful things. Welcome Daniela, welcome Robin Dave, says hey Tom, happy Saturday to you too Robin Dave. Do you remember how every show used to be on a Sunday? Past midnight. WWE getting it right nowadays. Kevin said, I don't know if this is true. Dave Meltzer said WWE worried about AEW paying talent too much money. I don't believe it is for a second. In fact, this is a great opportunity to highlight certain things in the good old X machine once again, even though it's a absolute dumpster fire. And your friend of mine, Elon Musk, has just banned all of Brazil from accessing it through some of his own choices. What I will say is that there's still plenty to enjoy. And in response to Dave Meltzer, I said, WWE apparently not only know the details of an AEW talent, they also told Dave Meltzer that it's bad for business. Yeah, I don't believe a word of this. So far, that has had 108,000 views. 108,000 views. Sometimes you have to consider the possibility that Dave Meltzer just isn't a very serious person. Still getting likes, still getting retweets as we speak. Sean says hi Tom, welcome Sean. Ori says Mr. Colohue, welcome Ori, good to see you. And Robin Dave says, do you prefer day or night PLEs? I prefer during the day. The night ones for me are not the night, they're the early hours of the morning, and I work on Mondays. There were a lot of times where I would be hosting a show on a Sunday. It would wrap up 4 or 5 o'clock, and then at 7 o'clock I had work. There was no point going to bed at all. Sean says, I don't believe that report about the PC moving to Vegas. Talent would have to relocate and most live near the PC in Orlando. I believe At this point, I'm becoming quite known as a rumour killer because I also responded to that. I'm just going to need to take a moment to find it. Because you know how it is. You know how it is sometimes. It just takes a little moment to get to. That's on that, that's on that, that's on the Mania card, which also got quite a few views. That's Dan Reed. Main matches for Bad Blood, also got quite a few views. August 28th. There is no plan to move the WWE Performance Center to Las Vegas. WWE believe the upheaval required would remove any value from the move. So this is afternoon all, happy show day. Afternoon sign, thank you kindly for the overlay that you see on screen right now. If anyone wants their overlays, Sai is the guy to talk to. Sean says, were you busy yesterday, Tom? Couldn't host spoiler warning? Nope, whenever there is a show with a SmackDown in the day, I don't host a spoiler warning. There's not much point hosting a show featuring spoilers after the show has already taken place. So it's pretty standard fare now on the Tom Colohue channel. There is a couple of differences in this show from our usual tactics. I'm going to be slightly changing how we do things here. There is typically, during the show, what we tend to do is we go quiet during the actual matches, and then after the match, there's a quick rush of comments as we basically go through our ratings. Thank you, Sai, for that original idea. What we're looking to do, essentially, is to further develop the growth of the channel by using shorts. So what I'm looking for is for anyone who's on the Discord, we are going to be, in the main wrestling chat, sharing viral content, things like that. Big things on Twitter, particularly video clips. What I'm looking to do is find some of those viral video clips, download them, share the credit, and share them as a short. Anybody who watches one of my shorts while I'm live will be alerted to the fact that this show is taking place. And knowing that this show is taking place, that greatly increases the chance that we'll have a brand new viewer, or even someone who regularly watches but only watches shorts could well find their way here. I do think that's one of the main reasons that we had so much success for the SummerSlam show. We had a short that was doing extremely well during that period as well. Also reached about 5,000 views, which really helped the growth of the channel as well and drove a lot of traffic. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that, but as I'm hosting a show, it might be difficult for me to find that viral content, or at least of any regularity. So if you're on the Discord, please do consider sharing any of the viral content you find on the old Twitter machine so that we can share it in the shorts as well and use that to drive some traffic. Sean says, did you see Nikki Cross re-sign with WWE? I saw a report on that, yes. Robin Day says, back when I was a kid and a teenager, I couldn't afford the PLEs. I'm watching them now with my friend's account. Still can't though. Kevin says, yesterday's SmackDown was boring. They played it safe. We all know this. We now have donuts. They are really working hard on this pre-show. The Miz doing pretty well, I'll say. Miz is transitioning now. Thomas says, what match are you most looking forward to? The main event for me. I think the main event won't be the most exciting storyline-wise, but actual in-ring, oh yeah. Oh yeah. Roger asking much the same. People were getting excited for Big E eating a donut. Jackie Redmond not knowing about waiting there for the crowd to reach a pinnacle. Bless. I like that Big E is the only one at the moment who's actually honest about the fact that he doesn't understand German. I don't know what that means, but I like the sound of it, is what he just said. Thomas, the storyline, it would definitely be the mixed tag match. Rhea and Damian are definitely getting the hot treatment right now. Roger says, I'd like to see an RKO out of nowhere. I think he will, but to Ludwig Kaiser. I don't think Gunter's going down. Sean says, do you believe Tegan was in character when she tweeted her frustration about her booking recently? No. And Sean says, I believe the last time Tegan was on TV was the match against Becky. Yes, because Becky had specifically requested the match. As I've mentioned previously, there are a number of people, I believe I actually mentioned to you not by name, a number of people who very much miss Becky Lynch because they don't feel that the women's division gets as much attention without her. Robin Dave says, do you think KO will turn heel? I do not. As mentioned in the last minute news and rumours on Wednesday, I'm confident that what we're seeing is the build towards Randy Orton turning heel. Thomas says, not Punk versus Drew. Wonder how they'll get to a Hell in a Cell match at Bad Blood. An inconclusive finish. Basically Punk winning. And Chris says, AJ Lee's in Berlin today. Lugan Chase says, greetings from Berlin, everyone. The arena is filling up and I already bought my beer. Thank you for dropping in, Lugan Chase. Our on-site correspondent, it seems. Let me know and keep us updated as to the carnage that is happening. And if you do record and upload anything, let me know, because we can certainly spread the love on the old Twitter machine, which is a phrase I keep using, but it's still very much accurate. We have 19 people watching so far, 6 likes. If you're able to, please remember to hit that thumbs up. We're only 10 minutes in to what will be a 4-hour show tonight. We'll be live for 4 hours, 1 hour of pre-show, 3 hours of main show. So what do we want to talk about? Well, Bash in Berlin's got 5 matches lined up. Right now, they're giving us a promo segment for CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. So let's start there. 5 matches lined up. CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre seems the obvious opener given the intensity of it. The strap match and the second round between the two. Now, I've given away my prediction there a little bit, but I'm confident this moves to a Hell in a Cell match at Bad Blood. In fact, I'm confident that at Bad Blood we'll see main event, one of them. I don't think a World Heavyweight Championship or WWE Championship will main event at Bad Blood. I think the main event will either be CM Punk and Drew McIntyre Hell in a Cell, or Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley Hell in a Cell. In order to get to that good old-fashioned Hell in a Cell match, we need an inconclusive finish here. And now that Seth Rollins isn't involved, it seems very easy to see how we're going to get there. CM Punk picking up the win here is the logical step. Now, if AJ Lee is indeed in play here, AJ Lee returning, reclaiming the friendship bracelet, focusing Punk's mind and distracting Drew McIntyre makes the most sense in the world. Basically, anything that protects Drew McIntyre from taking a straight loss, I'm confident is going to happen. So yes, my prediction here, CM Punk picking up the win over Drew McIntyre. Kevin is asking for my favourite open world game. I really liked the open world in Final Fantasy 15. I thought it was absolutely beautiful. I know that there are bigger open worlds, but as a man living with OCD, too many side quests are painful for me. So while I've really enjoyed games like Bloodborne, it's not quite as open world as a game like Final Fantasy 15, that's where I'm going with it. Thomas says if AJ is in Berlin, she could distract Drew, resulting in losing, and that's a way to Hell in a Cell. I think there's logic to that. Sid says I hope AJ Lee gets involved and screws Drew. Robin Dave says Drew wins, CM Punk wins the rubber match. Not really a win then, is it? Sean says fans are predicting a heel turn by Bianca if her and Jade lose tonight. Will be interesting, but I do think that's a Mania match in the offing. Chris says I also got CM Punk winning. Kevin says you say AJ Styles going to help Punk. Okay, makes sense. Didn't say AJ Styles, as you know. Ole with their predictions. We have Punk winning for this one, and Marcel also has CM Punk winning. I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to make this happen. We're going to do predictions on Twitter as well. WWE Bash in Berlin. Big E. Not the wrestler, the capital letter. Prediction. AJ Lee arrives, retrieves the friendship bracelet, causing a full distraction. That's how you spell distraction. To Drew McIntyre, and a win for CM Punk. And then Hell in a cell. Get a picture of AJ Lee off good old-fashioned Tinternet to really drive the point home. Oh, she looks good. Get that one on Reddit. She looks sweet and kind, and we all know better. Because basically, this is what you do on Twitter now. Post things which get people talking. Always add a photo to it. Hope for the best. Scarlett is saying something about Randy Orton. Interesting. P says, evening all. Evening, P. Thomas says, I've got Punk winning. Sean says, Blair Davenport was backstage at TNA Emergence last night to support her Riley Osborne, who was in the Ultimate X match. I won't say hers, they are an individual person. Robin Day says, how would you have Randy turn heel on Cody? I would have him wait until after Cody has beaten The Rock at WrestleMania. And then, yeah, I'd have a pretty standard, well, I helped you with The Rock, now it's my turn. Sid says, did you see JBL showed up at TNA Emergence, whispered something in Nick Nemeth's ear in the main event? I did see that. Certainly it's a good way to get more people working with the good old-fashioned Dolph Ziggler method. Hey Joshua, how you doing? Says, do you know Wrestling Days? I do, only a little bit. I have enormous respect for the work he does in the community he's built, and I am very grateful to him for the kind words he's been saying for me. P says, this is a proper time for a PLE. Sean says, do you know JBL has left WWE because he appeared at TNA Emergence? He is not, no. He has a Legends contract which allows him to take whatever bookings he wants, and at the moment, they're really not using him. We're getting a little tour of Germany, or at least Berlin, each time we go for a break. But now, we have our hype package for Cody Rhodes versus Kevin Owens. And I've got to say, this is a strange feeling one. I do feel like it's very much an establishment of the character, but I also think it's worth pointing out, often in phases like this, between a SummerSlam and a War Games, for example, what we're waiting for is a period in which the champion picks their opponents. Gunter, for example, did not pick Randy Orton, Triple H did, but an opportunity will be coming the way of whoever Gunter decides next. Cody Rhodes did not decide his SummerSlam opponent. His SummerSlam opponent was always going to be Solo Sikoa, as reported right here by Tom Colohue on the Tom Colohue channel. But when it comes to Kevin Owens, this is a Cody Rhodes choice, supported by the WWE, who are looking to convince Kevin Owens to sign a new deal. Kevin Owens is going to sign a new deal anyway. I have confidence of this. This essentially is a rebuild job. Kevin Owens is being rebuilt as a top-level player instead of the sidekick that he's unfortunately been for quite a while. Hence the reminders when it comes to, we're seeing Chris Jericho. We actually just got a clip of the Festival of Friendship. Wow, I did not expect that one. Wow. It's a rebuild job for Kevin Owens and it is overdue. It is legitimately overdue. I feel like we've been waiting for it for a long time and I feel it's very fitting. Talking about his last World Championship reign, the only one he's had, being because of Triple H. They are, of course, teasing a breakup, it's not going to happen. Teasing a turn, it's not going to happen. Randy Orton is the guy who will be turning. My prediction for this match is fairly obvious given that I have Kevin Owens beating Cody Rhodes. That is the wrong way around. I do apologise. I have Cody Rhodes beating Kevin Owens. I got distracted there by the TV screen and said the wrong thing. I have Kevin Owens not turning. Randy Orton will be the guy who turns. I have Cody Rhodes beating Kevin Owens. I did see that curve in, thank you for the reminder. Who do you predict winning between Cody and Kevin Owens? Now, Chris says, breaking news, Cody Rhodes and Kevin Owens will open Bash in Berlin. We're going to be earmarked by World Championships, it seems. Sid said, Josh Alexander said he's the best wrestler in the world. Do you agree with him? No. Joshua says you should do a podcast for Wrestling Days, maybe next year. That'd be cool. I don't know if that's necessarily on the cards for Wrestling Days, but I certainly wouldn't have any issue with doing that. I enjoy the podcast format, and since we're both UK based, we can do it at a realistic time. Rob and Dave has Cody retaining. Marcel has Cody winning. Pieces, I nearly fainted then, Tom. Thankfully, I caught myself. Thomas has Cody. Chris has Cody. Rhodes winning as well. So a lot of love for Cody. Seems the obvious choice. I don't think anyone could realistically bet against Cody. Seems a little silly. Si says there's your first short, tipping Kevin Owens. Oof. That's a world I don't necessarily want to live in. Marcel says, what's up with Cody's knee, or was that storyline? Storyline. It's all storyline. It's all to add a bit of tension and make you think Kevin might actually have a chance. He doesn't. But it's all to make you have a chance. And then he says, my friend is going to watch Bash in Berlin on TNT box office. Just sign up for the network. I'm on the network right now watching it. Just sign up for the network. It's a lot cheaper. Pete says Cody/Ken will win. Barbie reference. Always good that you let us know the references as well. Robin Dave says, does this lead into Cody versus Solo Bad Blood? Seems so, though I don't think it's going to get to that point. That would be more killing of time, but it could be when Roman would return, and then we start to build towards War Games. You'll note that it's been about a month since SummerSlam, just under, and so far, we're still no closer to Solo versus Roman. Told you guys, WrestleMania match. A lot of love at the Bash in Berlin there. Thank you, Bryant K. Johnson. Appreciate you. Whomever you may be. Kevin Owens is not leaving the ring is so perfect. So I says, I'll take Cody, an appearance by the Bloodline to further Solo Sikoa. That would be cool. I'm not aware that they travelled, but that doesn't mean that they didn't. You know how it be. Sean says, Dominik got squashed by Damian Priest in a dark match after SmackDown last night. I also like that Kevin Owens admits to watching AEW there. Let's do this again. WWE Bash in Berlin 2024 prediction. Kevin Owens wins. I mean, obviously not. But this is a reheat job that isn't even needed. Owens should be competing at the top level. Cody asking for him is just the first step. Cody Rhodes all the way. And now once again we do that whole thing where we get a picture. Get a picture of them together. Cody Rhodes, Kevin Owens. Little sorry Hunter. Ugh, ugly picture. Once you zoom in it's bad. That one will do. We're talking Roman. Kevin still hating Roman is perfect. It shouldn't change. P says, do you think Jesse Ventura may be getting a Legends contract? I'm not aware that he is, no. To my knowledge, it was a one-time appearance. They did him a favour. Sean said, I wish WWE would stop having Carmelo and Andrade face each other. I'm over their matches. Shame, because I saw a lot of people very happy about that match. Robin Dave says, do you think we'll see a cash-in tonight? No. Not at all. There's only one briefcase in action, and there's no Nia Jax on the card, so no one to compete for. Marcel says the Bloodline was at the house shows, so I think they will be there. Fair play. No, you're absolutely right. I remember that now. Fair play. Gotcha, P. As I say, to my knowledge, it was a one-time appearance. If he said different, then he said different. They are getting a bit tense with the interview. It's a long interview. The pre-shows are not as hot as they used to be. They're just not. It's not even necessarily about having wrestling on there. It's just that when they used to have a situation whereby you had 1 hour and you had to fit it all in, it was quick, it was smooth, it was going somewhere. It's not doing that anymore. It just doesn't feel like we're really going anywhere. Kevin Owens, the first person to actually get used to saying PLE rather than pay-per-view. Give him credit for that. Pieces they need to do AEW and break it up with a match. I mean, to be fair, AEW doing their thing at this point. It's a Vince McMahon thing more than anything. It's not really a concern for Triple H. He's pretty happy with it overall. I'm having a quick look to see if there's anything worth shorting. I wouldn't say so at this point. Oh, we've got something there. Could be interesting. Oh, we're giving Grayson Waller credit now. Wonderful. Robin Dave says, Bad Blood has a history. Shawn Michaels versus Triple H, anyone? Shawn Michaels versus everyone, to be fair. That's the big name that's associated with it. Zane says, I want to see a PLE WWE versus TNA. I don't think, unfortunately, you're going to get that wish. While there is plenty of interest in using people in that way, it's just not something that's actually going to happen just yet. Oh, we have something here. Bit of the old-fashioned AJ Lee. Let's take that one. It's a little clip from WWE. Oop. Miz open about cheating to win. And you know, I'll give him credit for that. He definitely understands the Kevin Owens situation. We are 30 minutes into this show now. I'm just going to type in here, AJ Lee appears during CM Punk versus Drew McIntyre. Hype package. I like what The Miz is doing here. He is suggesting that there's a little bit of a heel. You can't use the word babyface, mate. High package featuring Cal says, hey Tom, mate, I'm very drunk. So if I say anything stupid, you can tell me to shut up. Just watched Everton lose. Okay. Unrelated, mate. Sean said, do you know why Nikki Cross was absent from Raw this week? Yeah, she asked for a week off. Happens all the time. Happens all the time. So that's 2 matches that we've gone through. 3 left to discuss. Let's go now to the mixed tag match. The mixed tag match features the Terror Twins, that being Damian Priest and Rhea Ripley, versus Judgment Day's Dominik Mysterio and Liv Morgan. The point here is that Damian Priest is actually chasing Finn Balor, but Finn Balor has managed to successfully avoid him by throwing Dominik Mysterio into the fire. They're showing Rhea Ripley at the moment and her tattoos on the screen. Sean, that wasn't at Bash in Berlin, that was at the SmackDown before. So it was in Berlin, but it was not Bash in Berlin. So, for the match between the Terror Twins and Judgment Day, Dominik Mysterio seems the obvious choice to be pinned and covered. I don't necessarily love this. I think Dominik is someone who deserves at least a little protection because he could go all the way to the top. Now just doesn't seem to be the time at which that moment is coming. So Liv Morgan's not going to get pinned. It's not going to happen. Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest, neither of them are getting pinned. It's not going to happen. They're being built as the next top baby faces on Monday Night Raw. We're going to have Damian Priest going up against the big heels going forwards, and I'm hyped for it. We're going to have Rhea Ripley going up against the big heels. Now, admittedly, the big heels at the moment are Nia Jax and Liv Morgan, so she's kind of already broken them, but that is what's going to be lined up with a few big heels coming up, matches between Rhea and Roxanne, etc., etc. We're waiting for these moments to come. It seems obvious that Dominik Mysterio is losing to Damian Priest. So I have the Terror Twins winning. And once again, I want to remind everyone not to Google the Terror Twinks. That's a different thing. That's a different thing. You did, Cal. It's fair. Robin Dave says Damian and Rhea win. So I says I refuse to call them Terror Twins, but I can only see Rhea and Damian winning this. Wouldn't rule out Liv taking the pin to build that rematch. Sean says, do you think Julia appears at No Mercy tomorrow? Yes, I do. Chris has got Damian and Rhea by DQ. Interesting. Damian and Rhea by DQ. It is interesting hearing Rhea talk about tattoos and obviously her history with them. We know you're a good wrestler, mate. We definitely know this. Don't worry about it. We're saying it respectfully. Respectfully. Chris has also got Damian and Rhea. Marcel has the Terror Twins too. Interesting comment there from Rhea about having to hide her tattoos. This was, of course, under the Vince McMahon days. So I said this interview with Rhea sounds like she's talking to Vince. Carl says, I have a shock in the works. Having Dom and Liv steal it heel style with a little roll-up. Ooh. Brayster. Hello. Thank you. Sai says, yup. So I have the Terror Twins winning this one. Terror Twins. So what have we got? Someone else asking about, well, not someone else asking about Seth, the same person who always asks about Seth. Carlos suggests Royal Rumble will be better for AJ Lee. Brayster, thank you kindly. Renewing your channel membership for a 21st month, says Colohue Gaming for the win. Very much still the plan, it's just a case of finding time. One of the reasons I moved house was with the intention of having time to do things like that. So it is still very much in the pipeline, sir. Thank you kindly for renewing your membership. Ole says, I used to have to hide my tattoos as well. I'm in sales, they aren't perceived well in the sales world, or at least at the time I originally got them. I'm very glad that the world is moving on. Very glad that the world is moving on and being a lot more accepting of individuals and the choices of those individuals. Cal says, do you think Netflix would have told WWE about the plans of the Vince documentary? Yes, the WWE were a part of the planning and the production of the documentary. A lot of the things that Vince McMahon did, they were told by WWE, and Netflix, it'll be interesting to see how real it actually is. Bliss Gamer says, I'm excited to see what the Wyatt Six do on Monday. Me too, mate, me too. Thank you, Brayster. I appreciate that very much. Brayster, a very generous donation and an image of just a very happy dog. Just a very happy dog. I don't believe, unfortunately because it's a sticker, I don't believe we can hit like on that, but I'd very much like to. So please, everyone, do remember to say thank you to those that give such generous donations if you can. I can see that, Pete, you already have, and I appreciate it. It will indeed go on the decorating bracelet. Thank you kindly for that. It just means that I'm able to survive a little longer without getting stressed. Like, buying a house is going to be stressful. There's going to be times when there is stress and there is financial stress. Nature of the beast. But the generosity of individuals here has guaranteed that that is not always the case. It's not always the case. I'm allowed to breathe a little more. And I'm okay with that. One thing I do like about the way they have the pre-shows at the moment is that we're able to watch the crowd dissipate in real time. I like that. I don't know why I like that, but I know that I do like that. Ooh, Thomas raises a good point. Says, I think Balor will cost Priest. I think that's an interesting shout. We've not really considered that, but that's what Finn Balor does. And he seems very well poised for it. Right, let's do this. Same thing. WWE Bash in Berlin 2024 prediction. Terror Twins' reign of terror is only just beginning. They're heading to the top of the mountain, even without gold. Dominik Mysterio is there to be beaten up. Isn't he always? Even during the Brock days. Priest and Ripley easily get a Terror Twins image. If I type in Terror Twins, what am I going to find? Okay. There is a Terror Twins team on Comic Vine. And I kind of want to use it because that would be funny. Yep, that one. Definitely that one. See if people recognize this beast. I'm known for this and people don't realize I'm known for it. Often I post a completely unrelated image because it's funny. And I like that one. That one's good. That one's good. I do like that we had the interview between Randy and Michael Cole. Just putting into context how we got here. Cal says, Tom, I admire your shithousery. We have to find our fun somewhere. We have to find our fun somewhere. You guys will remember the CM Punk Survivor Series show. I got me a lot of viewers. A lot of people recognized what I was doing there. A lot of people, hilariously, did not, which is even more funny because, bless them, they got real mad. It's one of the reasons I don't worry too much about trolls. I kind of am one. Thomas says, is Balor in Berlin? I do believe he is, yes. Cal says, I do love wrestling Twitter being shocked that not every wrestler is best buddies. Yeah, this is particularly in reference to Kevin Owens being open about the fact that he doesn't know CM Punk, he doesn't talk to CM Punk, and if they work together, they will probably talk. How is this news? Genuine question, how is this news? How many things have been reported recently that aren't news? Apparently, WrestleMania's in Philadelphia. Nobody said that. Nobody said that, but we still had someone up having to apologise for it. What a world. Not long now, Pete. 20 minutes. And we are starting. And we have 2 matches left to predict. We're not going to cover the one that's currently being pushed on the pre-show because ultimately, that's going to be the main event. Let's talk about the Women's Tag Team Championships. What has happened? Oh, Brayster. Wow, okay. Well, we're doing this, are we? An extremely generous gift there, Brayster. Following up from a gift that was already generous to begin with. Thank you very kindly. Brayster has donated 5 channel memberships to the channel. Thank you very kindly for that, Brayster. They have gone to Pete, to Bob, to David, to Edward, and to Steve. Please do remember to say thank you to Brayster for those, everyone. You will get access to our members only videos. As we get closer to 50 members, we will be looking at doing some members only live streams, which is just an extra level of access. News will never be paywalled, just to be clear. News will never be paywalled. However, I may expand and go into more detail and answer individual questions a little with more time and in a bit more depth on the members only side. I am working on a members only video with the transformation of the office that I'm currently building as we speak. This may look like it's all sorted, but if you look at that, no it isn't. Still a lot of work to do, still a lot of paint to remove, and still a lot of stuff to break. So you guys can look forward to a video on that, which you can now access. Thank you very much, Brayster. I appreciate you for that. Cal says, Dave Meltzer will report this in 10 weeks and call it an exclusive. Yeah, standard. P says, wow. Brayster says, enjoy. Bob says, thank you very much. I appreciate that also. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much. We have 19 viewers and 14 likes. Having a good time so far. Sam, I knew you'd eventually turn up. No. Cool. Alyssa says, do you think Cody Rhodes deserve better title feud? Do you think Reigns be booked better? Are you suggesting a correlation there, Alyssa? Are you suggesting a correlation? Women's Tag Team Championships. Isla Dawn and Alba Fyre, formerly known as Kaylee Ray, are set up against Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill. Now, they previously won the championship from Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill, but now, after a considerable amount of training and practice at the Performance Center, Jade Cargill is back in action, and I do feel like we're heading to a WrestleMania where we see Jade Cargill versus Bianca Belair, where we see Charlotte Flair versus Nia Jax. I think we're just automatically heading in that direction. With that in mind, WWE, particularly Triple H, seems to like getting the real kickoff to the feuds happening at SummerSlam or just after. Well, it's just after SummerSlam. This would be a great time to tease some dissension, between Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair. This is the one I'm most unsure of. I have Alba Fyre and Isla Dawn retaining the tag team championships because Bianca and Jade just can't get it together. I have Jade taking the pin. Cal says, I think Bianca and Jade Cargill get them back. Marcel also has Bianca and Jade. So let me know in the chat who you think is going to win that match. Alba Fyre and Isla Dawn, or Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill. Let's get that onto the Twitter machine and see how things are going. WWE Bash in Berlin 2024 prediction. Jade Cargill and Bianca Belair lose their match against Alba Fyre and Isla Dawn. This will begin the build to Jade Cargill versus Bianca Belair at WrestleMania. Who turns heel? I've got Belair. So let's do the search. Bianca Belair, Jade Cargill. Apparently I'm the only person who really cares about their opponents because no one's going to be searching for those ones. But let me grab that picture from Wrestling Inc. What have we got? A lot of focus on Gunter right now, as you might expect. A lot of focus on Gunter, a lot of him being upside down. More upside down than I was expecting, I'll tell you that. Fair enough, Pete. Have fun, man. Thomas says Bianca and Cargill for me. Jack says, since Cody and KO are opening, which do you think closes? Orton versus Gunter or Drew versus Punk? Orton versus Gunter is the main event for this show. It is going to play out very similar to the Australia show, where Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax main evented. They know what country they're in. They know what they're doing. Declan says, when is Becky Lynch coming back? The most recent update that I had on the return schedule of Becky Lynch, and honestly I'll probably go into it in more detail on WTF because I think it deserves a bit more information there. Becky Lynch, I expect to see her back by the Royal Rumble. The WWE have creative plans in place that see Becky Lynch returning by the Royal Rumble. There is a deal that is laid out and available for her. It's just up to her whether or not she takes it. Carl says there is a lot of talent with Jade, but it's very raw, and it's going to take time for her to reach expectations that the WWE clearly had for her. I agree with that. I very much agree. When you consider how they're doing with Maxine Dupree, etc. as well, they are taking their time at the moment. Jade Cargill, they know the look. They also know that when it comes to in-ring, there's work to be done, which is why she's been working with Charlotte Flair at the Performance Center. Thank you, Bray. I appreciate you. I enjoy Pete. Alyssa says, why are people thinking Cody Rhodes reign so boring? Don't get it. Didn't you just say you want him to have better feuds? AK says, hey Tom, how are you? Hope you're doing great. Doing very well, thank you, AK. It's been a little while since we've seen you. We're up to 6,670 subscribers now. So, you've been here in days when we're a little smaller, I tell you that. Declan says, thank you. Appreciate you, Declan. I always like it when people come in with a question, ask the question, get the answer, and then they're like, cheers, mate. Ooh, Eric asking why not Jade Cargill. I think if people find an excuse to boo her, they won't stop. Because of her bad luck during PLE matches thus far. And that's the best way to describe it. That's the way I would describe it anyway. We have one more hype package active now, even more Gunter. We're actually getting just repeats of what we've seen. Gunter and Randy Orton will be our main event. So who've you got? They are hyping up heavily the possibility that Randy Orton could be on the way to a broken record and a brand new reign as the top championship holder in WWE history. And I think it means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I have Gunter claiming the win, clean, holding on to his gold, and taking it all the way to WrestleMania. Gunter defeats Randy Orton. Who have you got for this one, and why? I'm going to post then my last prediction. They're really focusing on the wife here. So my last prediction, final WWE Bash in Berlin 2024 prediction. I have Gunter retaining the World Heavyweight Championship, beating Randy Orton as clean as it's possible to win. He then moves on to face McIntyre at WrestleMania. That is the last one. As regards Wyatt 6, not this time. And a lovely image of Gunter as a champion, why not? I need to find the image of me and Gunter. But yeah, let's just search Gunter Tom Colohue, because there is one out there. Nope, that's just separate images. I've got it somewhere. I need to find it. I think it's on Instagram. I think I have an Instagram. Do I have an Instagram? Let's find out. I think I've got the images of William Regal there. Wait, how do you access your own profile? There it is. There's me and William Regal. Oh, I do not use this at all. So that's a no. Logically then, it must be on Twitter. Let's do a search. Searching got very easy on Twitter. From Colohue Gunter. And now just search for media. He won't have been called Gunter there. He would have been called Volta. Volta. Nothing. Okay. Just search media. Just search media. I've posted a lot of pictures. I need to go back years now. And it's not letting me do that. Okay. So I don't think I'm finding this. NXT? This was a long time ago. We're talking years here. I don't think I'm going to find it. Try NXT UK. Because it was NXT UK Media Day. A year ago. Yep. Interviewing someone else. Lots of news. Lots of news. Interview with Jordan Devlin, now JD McDonough. Nope. Nothing at all. Okay. Well, a shame. If I have the time, I will eventually find it. In fact, there must be a way of doing this. NXT UK Takeover Cardiff. It was it was a day after where we had it. The date was 31st of August 2019. How do you search by day? From... Nope, you gotta actually put it next to the colon. Google it. How to search date on X. Advanced search is available, allows you to... It didn't happen though. Okay, that's going to be real awkward. Since 2019, month 8, 30th. This is just very awkward. Until 2019, 09, 5. Do that. Nothing. Wonderful. I have not succeeded in that search. Moving on then, because we've only got 5 minutes left until the actual wrestling happens, and maybe I should be focusing on that instead. What have we got? Okay. AK says, your favourite catchphrase right now and all time? To be fair, everything's on the table still. I know it's awkward and it shouldn't be, but it very much still is. Kevin says, one day we need to see Tom do a watch party for a different wrestling company. Maybe one day. Once I can go full time, I will go full time, and you know this. Cal says, Cody needs a heel turn to spice it up, throw a spanner in the works. He doesn't really want to do that. Thank you, Bray, I appreciate you. Nick and Tom sadly has been retired. I would love to work with Nick in some capacity in the future, but it will likely be on this channel rather than on PW Torch. Thank you, Declan, appreciate you. Cal says, I think Gunter wins clean in a bit of a squash match, to be honest. Alyssa says, when do you see Liv Morgan losing the title? I reckon around Rumble time. Kevin says, you know something funny? If Peacock is not working right now, a lot of people are going to get mad. Sure. Lady Guy says, good evening, or good afternoon from Lexington, Kentucky in the USA. It must be early over there in the USA. If it's early to watch over here in the UK, it must be worse there. Cal says, Tom, did you see on Monday during the Howdy and Gable match happened, TNT decided to bless you with 5 consecutive ads. Ouch. Ouch. And Jordan says, good evening, Tom and chat. Hope you're all well. Welcome, Jordan. Good to see you, mate. Very good to see you. We've got a couple of people who've realised they're on TV in the background and they're just having a little dance. Like, I'd get in the arena, guys. You've got 5 minutes. Just trying to get on TV. Big E looks tired. He's been a bit of a breath of fresh air here, to be honest. I've really enjoyed having him on the pre-shows. The Miz, of course, is taking the place of CM Punk. That's one of the ways they kept CM Punk in focus, as reported by myself. Kevin says, so far, what talent is not happy with the booking under Triple H? Quite a lot of tag teams, quite a lot of women. Quite a lot of tag teams, quite a lot of women. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay, they're just pivoting. They have confirmed Cody versus Kevin Owens will open the show. Starts at 1 here, says Lady Sky. There it is early. Cal says, do you think Xavier Woods will actually leave the New Day? No, they keep trying to make it happen, and fans don't want it, they don't want it. It just doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Wow, Big E is doing a thing right now. Mentioning him as a utility guy? Oh, that changes things. I get what Big E's trying to say. The Miz recognizes that that's not how it's going to be received. I like that the Miz is now the interviewer. He's just taken over here. Why is music kicked in? They're introducing Michael Cole over the Miz and Big E's conversation. So says Big E's a loose cannon on these things. He goes wildly off script sometimes. He definitely uses a lot of phrases that are not popular at all backstage. Jackie Redmond stating that she's no Michael Cole. Bless. Gal says, let's hope a certain former WWE commentator never comes back. Not sure who you're referring to. But there's plenty of people that really shouldn't come back, including those who ended on a good note and should just leave it there. Gal says, JBL and TNA is just crazy to see. The forbidden door is open. It's the forbidden door. I'm enjoying this conversation about Kevin Owens. I do feel like they're putting the focus on him in the right way. Wade Barrett also coming out to some very uninspired music. He's wearing a gold suit. Gold is very much the colour, isn't it? Celebrates the Welsh as well. Kevin says, I wish Cody Rhodes is not on every pay-per-view because now they don't need 2 world champions for one night. I agree with that. I think when it comes to the women's championships, they rotate them. I do think they probably need to start doing that with the top gold as well. Just very awkwardly done overall. I always find it interesting that they're most hyped about the main event. They're always the most hyped around the main event. There's not even a conversation. It's always the main event. Okay, we are going live. It is time for the wrestling. I do like the little tour element. It feels a bit like Eurovision. We're getting a little wander around the trams and everything. I've never been to Berlin. Not necessarily on my list. I'm sorry, did WWE have to give a credit to Google Earth? Okay, that's pretty cool. That is that combination of Google Earth and AI. That is very impressive. Still fab the people outside. They're not even going anywhere, just hanging out. That is a pop. Still a pop for Randy. Still a pop for Randy. Big pop for Punk. I don't think as much as Gunter. But they don't really have to worry about that now, do they? Will the pop be louder for Gunter or Punk? Cody is opening versus Kevin. Will you be offering Randy Orton a match after this one? Let's raise some hell. Let's raise some hell. Why not? Okay, let's see what we've got in the intro video stakes. WWE usually turn up for these heavy. The word momentum does not drive everything. It says a lot about the diversity, that it's not all about the actual wrestling. You've got Roman returning, you've got lots of snogging happening. They're advertising a making of right before the show goes live. This is just going to be standard practice from here out. There's going to be a making of video for every PLE. WWE Exploring plans to have making of videos for every PLE, ensuring that one planned piece of content becomes thousands of hours of watch time. There's a Giovanni Vinci element here. A Giovanni Vinci element that they're sort of alluding to, but not really. That could come back to cost them. Because it does suggest to me that he might be involved here in a way that might provide a distraction, that might help Randy. It's a difficult one because Orton is likely to be the heel here. P says, my sound's gone, disappointed. Sorry to hear that, P. And Thomas says, who would you say your favourite wrestler is in WWE today? Today, I'm loving what Roman's doing, I've got to say that. I was big on Gunter when he first came in. The issue is, all of my favourites at the moment are at the top. Like, they've made it. Like, I was huge on Rhea Ripley when she first came in, and she's now one of the biggest. I was big on Becky Lynch when she first came in, well above the rest of the horsewomen. She's now at the top. It's a tricky one because I don't really support the underdogs here. Was a huge Seth mark for a long time. I just liked what he said. I was a huge Alexa Bliss mark pretty much immediately, and then she won all of those championships. It's a tough one. Dakota Kai. You need to push Dakota Kai. I cannot believe that I'm currently listening to Baby Metal. Usually I'd listen to that by choice. This time I'm listening to it because I'm being forced to be subjected to it. Kevin Owens, Kevin Owens. Boo! He's breathing it in. It's a party. Oh, it's been a long time since he's held even a championship at all. I still remember the days of United States champion Kevin Owens. It does start to feel like he only won the actual top gold because of injuries. I want to say, Tom, a little late, but I have news. Gunter Andrew Zarian, with AEW doing pay-per-views on Saturday, looks like Collision is doomed with a head-to-head with SmackDown. Collision in general has never worked. The idea to have it on a Saturday running against WWE PLEs, dead on arrival. I reported way back when, I think it was SummerSlam 2022, that the WWE expected to put on a show so good that Collision was never profitable. That they were going to destroy it immediately. I kind of feel like they did. I don't know, I kind of feel like they did. Thomas really likes Dom. I can't blame you. The man's connected with the audience perfectly. He does everything right. He guarantees hatred, which is a wonderful thing. I do like that basically the entire German crowd is just rocking out already. They are there to party. They're all wearing the t-shirts. They're all there for it. Kevin Owens atop the ropes, awaiting his destiny. Blue Society, Tom, notice that Cody either goes first or last as champ. Never in the middle so far. No, as WWE Champion essentially follows the Roman Reigns model. The Roman Reigns model, quite simply, just means that if you're not last, you're first, and that is all. The only reason he lost the main event spot this time, of course, is because of the Gunter of it all. Big sing-song. I do feel like there's a competition now. And they're using the decibel meter to prove that point. Having the decibel meter there while the pyro's hitting is probably the wrong call. Ron says, I agree, unless they put it on Thursday night, might as well scrap it. I just feel like they were making too much content. It meant they brought in more people, and the bringing in of more people basically resulted in them not having enough money to put on the show they were putting in. They're pushing this whole knee injury concept. I don't think it's going to be... Like, it's probably going to be the story of the match. Just lots of, oh, I'm going to hit your knee, blah, blah. Sounds like they're intentionally fake newsing it. Do you reckon they were trying to sell it to Meltzer? Whoa ho. If WWE wanted people to really think Cody had an injured knee, they should have just suggested it to Meltzer. Juan says, congratulations, Tom, you got your wish. Rosemary came to WWE. Technically, she did. She came to NXT, which is the only thing I really wanted out of this TNA partnership, and I gotta say, I'm a happy boy. Samantha Irvin definitely did not say the word fall correct there. I like where she's placed her tattoo. I'm not sure the Evolution of Man is the right one, but it might be the Beatles. Maybe she's a big Beatles fan. Thomas really wants Dominik to win the next Money in the Bank. I don't think there's a downside to him having it. It depends who he's working against. I'd like to see him built up as a heel. I just think he's a bit too beatable right now, you know? Big love for Kevin Owens. It is the Beatles. She's clearly big on the Beatles. I believe we're in a world now where Cody is the most successful Rhodes. Gives a fist bump to the announcer. He has bronzed the hell out of his chest. I was waiting for the proper Cody chants to get going. We knew they were coming. Blue says, Tom, been meaning to ask, in your Bryan video you said AEW pressuring WWE into letting him wrestle again. I know him going elsewhere was an issue, but AEW didn't exist for a while after he returned. It wasn't necessarily AEW applying the pressure, it was the openness with which Bryan was saying he was planning to leave. At the time, there was already talks of a new wrestling promotion, it just wasn't formalised as All Elite Wrestling. Bracelet says, can't wait for a members-only studio transformation. It's coming, mate. It's coming. As we get closer to it, we'll get there. It really sounds like I'm hearing delete because of all the Matt Hardy of the situation. But we're off. Fans are very happy about something. They are very happy about something. I think we were universally of the opinion that Cody Rhodes was getting the win here. The crowd are making a point of being loud. They are making a point. I feel like every match is going to have a couple of minutes where they just don't do anything. I hope the German announce team clues the American announce team into what's being said here. In your face. Interesting. Blue says, I really do miss the 6-match cards. I feel like the pacing of the shows have been a little off since going to 5, especially with the random promos in the middle. Yeah, Triple H loves a mid-show promo. I don't understand why, but he loves them. Does them every time. Oh, okay, the accent caught me. That was the Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes dueling chant. And can I just say, they are much louder for Kevin Owens. Blue said, any idea what the promo might be this time? Not sure. I'm pretty confident we're going to get the attendance information. I would suggest maybe something Austin Theory and Grayson Waller, but I don't think we're quite there yet. Bailey? Bailey would be a good show. I think we need to stop burying this current Kevin Owens. Wade Barrett really going after the whole, 7 years of no championships. He ain't worth anything. Bring back the old guy. So the heel is what he's saying. The heel. The bad guy. Crowd are carrying this one. I think they might be a little less enthused about the women's tag, but I think everything else will keep them going. I like that. Cody Rhodes knew he wasn't supposed to get the cutter, so he flubbed his landing. He intentionally looked like he was awkward. It wasn't a flying nothing. He didn't get the purchase he was looking for. They're still going. They're still finding their footing. They're taking their time. They're working the crowd. They know how this goes. Cody Rhodes with a waist lock that involved a hell of a lot of booty there. It's like an incredible amount of it. I feel like he was making a point. Cody with the flying eat shit. And he did. Not often you hear the announcer talk about faux pas. Oh, KO. I thought I heard table. I think my ears might just be bad. I genuinely think my ears might just be bad. Another Kevin Owens, Cody Rhodes dueling chant. We're not going quiet here. Owens going for the stunner. Pop-up powerbomb still the move, mate. Oh, we're doing a forehead. Now in football, that's a red card. Owens, who do you think you are? Ron says, Tom, is there any accuracy to good old Dave Meltzer's report about WWE viewing Swerve's contract as bad for business? Not that I've heard. The conversations I've been having go in very much the other direction. And thankfully, the information that I've shared on this, it's done me well. It's done me well. Let's see what it was. So I'm going to scroll back. There it is. So far, it's at 110,000 views. Bad suicide dive again. Cody delayed his momentum because he knew he was going to get caught. Now, from Cultaholic Wrestling. WWE feel that Swerve Strickland's new high-paying AEW contract is bad for the business, as it's so far over what WWE would perceive the market value to be. Source Wrestling Observer newsletter. My response to this: WWE apparently not only know the details of an AEW talent, they also told Dave Meltzer it's bad for business, yet I don't believe a word of this. Because I don't. I simply do not believe a word of it. No chance. Every now and then you have to look at a Dave Meltzer report and just say, why would any of this happen? I have serious questions. See, that's a proper suicide dive. Cody knows how to tope. Cody, I've also got to say, when it comes to his wrestling, knows how to make it look like he's not succeeding at something. Bailey also good at that, the stumble before she gets caught. Blue says, Tom, which Triple H signing do you think is overachieved, which haven't taken off as well as you thought they would? Overachieved? I've got to say, I think Johnny Gargano's landed a lot better than he would have. His time on the main roster was concerning to me. I also think Bo Dallas's return has been done very well, particularly in Under the Wired 6. His initial return, he wasn't really... We don't know what the story was going to be, so it didn't land as it would. As regards taking off, I think carrying Cross is exactly what I expected. Bad. AOP, I expected to be better. They got paired with carrying Cross, which was bad. So, yeah, awkward. Juan says, I knew there was something fishy, that's why I came to you. No problem, mate. I think I'm getting a bit of a reputation as a rumour killer. I don't hate it, that's all I'll say. I don't hate it. There is a very, very loud 1-2 count there that I really enjoyed. I think Germany's going to be really counting these falls. God help you if you're a referee that makes a mistake with this one. We're figure fouring. Woos for Ric Flair. We're getting a whole selection here. I never understood how the roll on the belly reverses the pressure. What I will say, I've been put in a sharpshooter, didn't hurt. Been put in a figure four, hurt. Gets that knee, it really does. Christos aside, Tom, what match do you expect in the best one tonight? The main event will be the best one for me. Gunter versus Randy Orton is a bit of a match made in heaven, and everyone enjoys working with Randy Orton. Gunter for me has been one of the best for a long time. I'm glad to finally see him get his flowers. Welcome, Christoph. Blue says, making fun of David, a thing that goes back years. Feels like he's really hurt his rep in the last year. Feels tied to AEW's cold product. It does feel like a lot of what he reports is pro AEW. I don't necessarily think he's on the payroll, as some have suggested. I also can't prove that he's not. You know? I can't prove that he's not. So far so good. Quite a bit of work on the outside. No work on the knee as of yet. Which, if there was talk of a knee injury, I'm surprised we haven't already seen something. Maybe we're going to see a splash into a fall or something like that. He's just going to limp a little bit. You know the style. Happens all the time. This is awesome, chat. We're doing this. Christoph says, thanks, man. I thought so. Best to you. And to you, man. Always good to see you. We have a lot of people who've been here a long time. And yeah, we don't always see you, but it's always nice when you come in. I remember the name, you know? I feel like an old generation. Blue says, the reason rolling on the belly hurts is it becomes an Indian deathlock because the pressure on the leg switches. Yes, it makes no sense. Indian deathlock is great when you're on your back, but you're not. You're applying a move while on your belly. This is not true. Drive-by says, don't think Cody kneeled in his entrance. Maybe he's just not big on kneeling anymore. Maybe he's knelt too much in his career already. Once there's still no TV deal, yet we keep hearing these so-called teases. Clock is ticking. Yeah, it depends who you listen to. If you follow Fightful, for example, you've heard the word imminent about 15 times over the last few months. Clearly, the word is wrong. Double clothesline. You don't see many of them. Blue says, I don't think Dave's on the payroll, but he feels so invested. He feels like a Twitter fan. There. Suresh says, hi. Welcome, Suresh. Good to see you, mate. The suggestion that Wade Barrett is stating is that Cody Rhodes is an ultra ego. Blue says someday Fightful will be correct. That's usually the tactic. I remember the days of Brad Shepherd. I was reporting on the situation with Mercedes Money, Sasha Banks at the time. And based off that, every month Brad Shepherd would say, yeah, she's coming back. She's coming back this month, she's coming back this month, she's coming back this month. When she eventually came back at SummerSlam, he said, see, I told you. Broken clocks and all that jazz. One day it'll be imminent. Alyssa says, who do you see dethroning on Unholy Union? Do Kyrie saying Io Shai being book strong? Do you think them some else? Well, I think it depends what happens in the match tonight first. Eins, zwei. Leave it correct, it's eins, zwei. Interesting. Tom says, what's up, Tom and chat? Late but here. Always welcome, Dom. Welcome to the show. Juan says, Brandon Thurston is the only one who's always right. I don't think anyone's always right. I think a lot of people trusted WrestleVotes and got a rude awakening in the last few days. Oh, lovely German suplex. Lesnar-esque. It's going to end up being an AEW match here. Blue says, I'm still not used to Kevin with the kick pads. The man's put a lot of work into his knees, what can I say? Blue says, what did WrestleVotes do? WrestleVotes are the ones who reported that the Performance Center was moving. They reported the Performance Center is moving to Las Vegas. Usually I have to actually go out and ask a question to get details. This time around, WWE seemed very keen on the information getting out that that was not the plan. Thing is, we do know that WrestleVotes works within the WWE. They don't have sources. They work within the WWE. It's why they don't show their face or share their name. So when they get it wrong, I do think it comes down to WWE trying to catch someone out and clearly doing it successfully. He may have repeated it, Blue, but it was originally WrestleVotes. Match still going well. We keep going over to the crowd who react with incredulity that Cody Rhodes is kicking out of non-finishes. He'll kick out of finishes too, I promise you. Cody Rhodes. There does seem to be more love for Owens and Rhodes. Maybe because people know who's going to win. Oh, we're going to do a climb. It's a lovely chop. Oh, we're doing the avalanche shoulder breaker. Oh no. Interesting. Cody clever there, keeps his eyes closed until the last second. Blue says, my spine hurt on that rolling senton. So it should. These things are painful. It looks like it hurts because, let's face it, it hurts. I know this is awesome, Chan. Oh, going for the... Oh, that's a finish. Is he kicking? He'll kick. He kicked. One's not enough. One's not enough. It's too early. It's hitting him with the good stuff, but it takes time to finish. Crowd are going nuts. I don't think the match is particularly special, but, you know, it's a big one for the location. Now we're getting the avalanche. There it is. I don't think anyone should be surprised that wasn't a win. People will be. Blue says the match feels weird because you know there is no way Cody is losing, but they're getting me invested. We're getting down to the good old-fashioned punch-out section. And there we go. The rapid punches to each other. That's a Kevin Owens classic. He's been doing that one for years. Super kick party. Again, very AEW match. Oh, there's the knee. There's the knee. We were waiting for it. Oh, he's been too nice. He's been too nice. Imagine that world. A world where he's too nice. He's going to check on him. It's very polite. He gave you permission there. Go for it. You got permission. He's too nice. The story's going to be about him getting his edge back, isn't it? He's lost his edge. Not on that. He's going to kick out of the stunner. He always kicks out. It's Cody. Stunner's not a finish anymore. We've been over this. Nobody can win a match with one finisher anymore. Nowadays it has to be 4 or 5. Kevin Owens. WWE Bash in Berlin 2024 entrance. Another This Is Awesome. He's lost his edge. And that's the story. That's one. It's all over now. Oh. Another stunner. Is he near enough the ropes? Nope. Kicked out of 2 stunners. You never finish anyone with 1 move anymore. Drive-by says missed opportunity for a KO heel turn. I disagree. I think he'll find his edge again, but Orton turning, that's the main point here. It's about Randy Orton. Dom says seeing Rosemary in NXT was a bittersweet thing for me, but at least she was there. I mean, if you're going to do it, get Rosemary involved. There's no point having anything from TNA if you want to leave. Yeah, take advantage of that situation. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Drive-by says Cody's matches are too predictable. I think the top belts in general now are a bit predictable. Here we go again for the trio. Just one. Reckon that'll be it? That'll probably be it. That was it. In the end, I'm pretty sure Kevin Owens went down to 4 crossroads. Kevin Owens took 4 crossroads. Cody Rhodes took 2 Stone Cold Stunners. Finishes don't mean anything. Kevin Owens is crawling out of the ring on his hands and knees. Kevin Owens has lost his edge. And now he has to get it back. Best way to say it. Best way to say it. I need another picture of Kevin Owens now. Let me know your rating for the match. I think it was a 6. I don't think there was anything particularly special there. I think it will feel big because of the crowd. But in general, it was a fairly standard Cody match. There was nothing I'd say particularly impressive. Some of the moves were... It didn't feel impactful. It didn't feel like it actually hit anything hard. Too many kicked out finishes. We knew what the answer was going to be. It was weak. It was weak. So what do you rate that match out of 10? Let me know in the chat. Dom gives it a 7. Sai gives it a 6. That's unremarkable. Juan gives it a 5. They're going to do the handshake spot now. Walk away, Kevin. You're better than that. Don't let him patronise you. You're going to give him a hug. Give him a stunner. You can still be a friend after a stunner. That's well established. Kevin Owens getting rid of the camera. Michael Cole did say there, going up against the Bloodline. Looks like we might have to revisit that 6-man tag. Friendly by the end. Tense early on. Match was okay. The match was okay. One says, Tom, what do you rank the Mercedes Money versus Baker match? Can you give it a 6? Match was too long and it fell flat. I was doing a few things at once, to be honest. I wasn't fully focused on it. I thought it was okay. Thomas says 7. Think we'll see a rematch of Bad Blood? No. I think this was a one and done. Bruce gives it a 7 as well. I think you guys are being generous. I think it was standard and it was okay. Advertising for WrestleMania, which of course next year will be April 19th and 20th. We will be live for the WrestleMania channels, the WrestleMania show in its duration, as we always are. So far today I've had 859 views, not a bad number at all. In order to sustain our march for the million, we need 2,800 per day, and we have been achieving that. 2,800 per day sounds like a lot, and it is. And on Twitter a couple of days ago, had the usual, hey, you don't even get 1,000 views on one of my videos. Like I get 2,800 a day. More than you get. But we are where we are. You know how me and trolls work. They are hyping up the transformation. SmackDown moving to USA. They want to make sure nobody forgets. Marcel gives it a 7 as well. I do feel the crowd made it feel better than it was. Kevin says, can we see a triple threat? Cody versus Solo versus Kevin? Unlikely. As I say, I think this was a one and done. Cody had an opportunity to offer a match to someone that he wanted to offer a match to, but long term, the bloodline is still going to be defining that WWE Championship. However undisputed it may or may not be. Jade, Cargill and Bianca Belair backstage. Full gear, little couch, little tiny couch, awkwardly placed lamp. Very awkwardly placed lamp, little tiny couch. Seems like that's up next. Fyre and Dawn versus Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill. So we only get a hype package if we're subscribed to Peacock Plus. That's awkward. We go back to Clash, which during Isla Dawn's entrance, you could tell she was winning the championship. She was very happy. I was happy for him. I don't like that you're showing everyone doing this hardcore attack and then you show Isla Dawn spanking herself. God, look at how happy they were. Juan says, is Roman Reigns expected back for SmackDown, return to USA Network next week? They could sure use that ratings pop. I say it's likely, yes. They know what they're doing with Roman. They're going to use him not week in, week out, because they definitely can't afford to, but they're going to use him regularly enough that you know he's going to pop that rating. Kevin says, WWE Draft, Raw takes every main event talent for Cody Rhodes not to face SmackDown. Don't understand what you're saying there, Kevin. I think I've said it before, I'll say it again. Netflix has not asked for anyone. Netflix has not asked for anyone. They know, internationally, they get everyone. They don't care. Oh, of course, yes. Blair Davenport. Never forget the faction. I said good old-fashioned Naomi. It should be a six-woman tag. We can all agree on that. Yes, Sean, it's evening for me. It's currently 15 minutes until 7 o'clock. 6:45. Lovely time. Lovely time. Tom says, Peacock have added trivia questions to the show. Oh, that doesn't sound like fun. That sounds like hell. Now the intention, as you know, is to build a lot of trios in the women's division. Got Sonya's trio. You've now added Naomi to Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill. We've got Davenport. We've got Isla and we've got Alba. In addition to that, we've still got Damage Control as supposedly the top dog of that selection. eventually Damage Control are going to get involved in this. But it's starting to feel like in addition to the tag championships, we're going to end up with trios championships before we get any mid-card championships. Y'all are aware of all the reports of mid-card championships, right? I hope you are, because I've said it before and I'll say it again. Utter and complete garbage. Jade Cargill opening the entrances. The presentation is unquestionably incredible. It's the in-ring where it all falls down, unfortunately. Drive-by says Roman was initially advertised for September 13th SmackDown, but since has been taken off advertising, who knows when he might be back. He was also originally advertised for SummerSlam, and then was taken off advertising, so who knows when he was going to be back. Reported at the time, I reported months ahead of time, in fact I should say, that Roman Reigns would be returning at SummerSlam. Here we are. I'll keep you updated as best I can. The prediction about AJ Lee has done well on Twitter. I would say this is the match that is least appealing. And that's the best way to say it. Despite the fact that I'm a fan of Unholy Union in general, Countrymen and all that jazz, this is simply the match that is least appealing to me. Sean says, who do you think is the next AEW talent to come over to WWE? The WWE are looking at top level talent who aren't necessarily getting the top level opportunities. I am not sure there's many who aren't actually getting the opportunities. I think there's a situation in which Adam Cole comes back. I'll leave it there, but I think there's a world in which Adam Cole comes back. I'm still not sure this is the best use of Bianca. She is a top level star and she's being used to sort of just give someone else a rub. It's very forgettable, unfortunately, and I do think this is a period of her career which she won't look back at with much love. That said, you can't always be at the top, so it does make sense that there'll be a rise and fall. And considering how quickly that rise was, being at the mid-card for a bit is not necessarily a bad thing. Unholy Union at least has some interesting music. An interesting intro, I should say. Got real generic there. Oh, they're going for a black and white theme. I like it. Okay. Isla Dawn does not want to be touched. I just... There is so much acting happening there. To be fair, 4th title defense in 77 days is not bad. Considering it looked like Isla Dawn might have been hurt in a championship win. She was really selling that arm. I think it might be worth saying that they basically dressed as the championships. Dress as the gold. Always dress as the gold. Okay, we're nearly an hour into the show. That first match definitely went over. Okay, so I don't think they fully understand the concept of tag wrestling. Tornado tag it, I'm down. I'm always down for a tornado tag, always. This is a match I'm most worried that the crowd will turn on. I feel like Jade Cargill needs to have a good showing, but I also feel like we say that every single month. That was a move. Cargill and Belair should definitely have the power advantage. They need to play up to that. Otherwise, they're basically leaving money on the table with that one. As a note, we have just passed 1,000 views on the stream. Thank you very kindly for your continued support. We had some considerable generosity from Brayster earlier, renewing subscription, a super chat, and 5 gifted memberships. I just want to say an extra thank you now to Brayster for that continued generosity. Freak genetics is not necessarily the phrase I would use. As a general rule, I avoid the word freak like the plague. Obviously, apart from when we're talking about Scott Steiner. Because he likes that. The hair into the backflip is very impressive, but I do think it needs to be followed up by something. I like it. It's stylish, it's sleek. It needs to be followed up into something. Do the backflip, pull her by the hair, and then hit a move, you know? Even if it's just a back body drop, it'll look good. Alba Fyre kind of missed that tope. She knows it. She's not happy with herself. You can tell she was not prepared. Tempo slowed down a little bit. Pretty standard tag team stuff now. Referee trying to keep them separate. If this was a Raw match, I'd expect I would expect an ad break. Oh, I always like this from Isla Dawn. I don't feel like these two have really had enough opportunities to really show what they can do. There's some style here. They're a creative group. No sign of Blair Davenport so far. We know she's there, we know she's main roster, we know she's available should they decide to get her in use. Cheers, drive by. We're doing good. 23 likes already. Not a bad place to be. And as you know, we're looking at doing a few things today, so we've got plenty of views. Not just from this show, but also from the shorts that are being uploaded. Got 2 so far, which I think is working out pretty well. Wade Barrett calling Isla Dawn a seductress, which you're old enough to be a father, calm the fuck down. hot tag is being built towards Jade Cargill. That's typically the standard that they go to. When the hot tag is hit is usually when things start to go wrong. Again, I just feel like she needs a steady showing. Just needs an opportunity to say, hey guys, I can do this. It shouldn't be a difficult one. She should be fine. Still pretty standard. Like, nothing to report. Nothing at all. Reference to a Kaylee Ray there. I wish more Bianca Belair matches weren't built around hair. Hello, Spider Boss. Yes, I have tweeted much the same. Jade Cargill trying to get the booze going. Not really working the way she's going for. Alba says, what's next for Cody? Let's hope it isn't Solo Sikoa again. It's Solo Sikoa again. Like, I don't love saying it, but I have to say it. It's Solo Sikoa again. Clever Tornado DDT using Jade Cargill as leverage. Unholy Union still firmly in control. Getting a bit of a corner beating in while Jade Cargill grabs hold of the rope. That is a nice move. Credit where it's due. Oh, that should be it. Isla Dawn feeling the knee. She's a good sell, as we spoke about. Spider-Boss says, Kevin Owens always brought the fight in his matches against Roman. Kevin Owens almost didn't want to face Cody. No, it's not almost. He didn't want to face Cody. We are still building to this hot tag. Still. The entire match has so far been building to the Cargill hot tag. Now, typically what happens is Jade Cargill tags in and the match is over in less than 3 minutes. Here we go. Does the jump, actually lands it this time. Credit to her. Fans are behind her. Awkward spinebuster, rotation's a bit too much. Oh. Fall away slam was absolutely perfect though. Kip up perfect. I know we're putting her under extra scrutiny here, but it does kind of have to be done. Spider-Boss says, just a prediction, I think Roman and the OG bloodline cost the match to Solo. Yeah, probably. We are heading towards War Games now, after all. Nearly an unwelcome brainbuster, ended up just being an okay suplex. You didn't have her there, did you? You didn't have her there, and she knows it. She knows it. Think we're okay. Dom, I think it was supposed to be an actual just standard suplex. I think it was supposed to be that, but yes, it ended up looking like a botched brainbuster. I think she got it. I think it was a slow release, but I think she got it. Spider-Boss says, Alba, Fyre and Isla Dawn have more title defences than Finn and JD. Yeah, quite a bit of it. Quite a bit of it. I don't believe there's been any championship defences by Judgment Day yet. Going for the finish on Belair. Jade Cargill spying, watching, waiting for her moment. And gets in time. Bianca Belair still kicked out. She didn't trust that. Slow drop there. It is starting to look like, oh yeah, this is going to hurt. Jade Cargill holding her by the chest there. Tom says Jade's splashes are more believable tonight. She's not jumping over them. It's a nice move. That'll be a win? No, okay. Isla Dawn trying to get in, also good. Blue says, what do you think the chances are of Bianca, Jade and Charlotte Tiffany at Mania? That's pretty much exactly what I expect. Pretty much exactly what I'm looking for. Glasgow Kiss from Alba Fyre. The match has been a bit longer than usual after the hot tag, I'll say that. Going for the finish. Isla Dawn seems to have hurt her elbow. Waiting too long on this one. Jade Cargill did not get there in time. Cargill did not get there in time. Bianca Belair moved. Not cohesive teamwork. There was a mistake. Okay, that was good. The throw, the catch. Blue for Rhea. I'm leaning towards Becky again, to be honest. Definitely leaning towards Becky again. Better spine buster there. And this looks like our finish. Cargill with a bad cover. But she's happy with that. She feels better. Dom gives it a 6.5. The build to the hot tag was too much for me. It was just way too much for me. I'm giving it a 6. Blue said that would be awesome to me. Think it would be for the title. That's where I'm leaning, yes. I think Liv loses the championship to Rhea around Royal Rumble time. Similar time to when Becky returns. So it says 5 out of 10 for me. I don't like spending the match rooting for them to not botch. Yeah, we were keeping a close eye on Jade there. Blue gives it a 6 as well. All that extra work in the Performance Center is paying off for Jade Cargill. I still think we're building towards a WrestleMania match between the two. I just think now there's gold involved. I also think it's telling that Jade's the one who technically, quote unquote, won the match. They're advertising the women's tournament for the WWE Speed Championship by showing women who aren't in it. Exclusively on X, meaning Brazil can't see it. WWE Speed is now unwatchable in Brazil. I did not realise AJ Francis is holding a watch party himself. Interesting. Tom says women's speed tournament, shake my head. I mean, people wanted a mid-card championship. This is what they've got. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it what you wanted? We have Terror Twins, we have Punk versus McIntyre with a strap on, and we also have Gunter versus Randy Orton still to come. I'd imagine Gunter versus Randy Orton will essentially have the entire last hour. They could technically overrun. The curfew is not 9 o'clock UK time, so they should be absolutely fine. This feels like a lot of downtime while they're just advertising like clothing and shit. Tom says that's a secondary name for the 24/7 title. So he says Drew and Punk with a strap on is your next short. I've made that joke so many times. And it's still funny. Again, we're only getting the hype package for Peacock Premium Plus subscribers. Breaks in PLEs. It's not right. It's not right. Thing is, it was all available in the pre-show anyway. I believe this is still only Punk's third televised match. The most interesting thing I feel in this entire hype package is how little focus there is on Seth Rollins. It was supposed to be a big part of it. Tom says Punk gets a chance to screw Drew again, this time with a strap on. That was classic, Tom. Yeah, that was the opening line for the last minute news and rumours, which, to be fair, the retention on that video was incredible. Incredible. People are liking those shows. Too much Punk Rollins, not enough Punk McIntyre. You took your eye off the ball, Phil. You lost your return match, but to be fair, you were going to anyway. Punk isn't necessarily here to blood the next generation, but he's definitely here to build some mega stars. They know what they're doing. They talk about the screwing. Okay? It's not me. It's not me. It's them. They're the ones who really care about the constant screwing. It's not me. Let's see what I can find. My timeline's mostly Oasis stuff now, which is awkward. Awkward. Oh, I can see some AJ Lee. Interested to see how that one plays out. So also a fun thing that I feel I should rumour kill here. There was an image posted of Ludwig Kaiser, apparently, according to the poster, doing a Nazi salute. He wasn't. He was in the midst of a wave and they've simply paused at an awkward moment. Twitter has actually made sure that comes across with a note that says he wasn't doing the salute, he was waving goodbye to the fans. The OP is intentionally trying to ruin someone else's career. The actual video can be seen on the link below. Every now and then you gotta give him credit for that one. Gotta give him credit. The note system, not bad. Not bad at all. Sometimes. Also sometimes, shit. Just anytime I hear the phrase strap match, I immediately know where my joke's going. Kevin says, so far this show is okay. Okay. I always forget about the four corner thing. Who's green and who's red, I suspect. Okay, they don't like McIntyre. More of a boo than I expected, I'll tell you that. McIntyre taking his sweet time before coming out. Maybe it's the issue as much as anything is that the Scottish people are unfortunately not so well loved. And this is just a relationship between the Germans and the Scots. Or the English and the Scots. Or Scots and other Scots. Still wearing the Shogun stuff. It does look a little baggy on him now. Again, he has glazed that chest. It looks like a maple donut, but with chest hair. Yeah, you don't get much pyro. A little fire. A little bit of fire. "13-foot-long strap." Guys, I'm not making the joke. It's making itself. It's making itself. I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing anything. Okay, I got confused there. He was talking about humble and shame. I heard Shane and I thought Shane McMahon was back. Just not something anyone wants to see. We all know it. We all know it. Not something anyone wants to see. I'd imagine McIntyre is going to be red. So it says, the vulgar stipulation in this stream is lacking coof. I have never been known for my coof. Never been known for my coof. Big CM Punk chance. I do think he's taking this one. Fans are absolutely going for this one, and I cannot blame them. This is the original sing-along. Sean says, is WWE confident this show will do well against the start of the college football season? We'll find out. Also says, they said Punk is the green lights, Drew is the red lights. Doesn't surprise me because one of them is evil. And as we know from lightsabers, evil means red. I feel like this one's going to go far too long as well. We've got 3 matches on this card that were guaranteed to go over. They should have known. Kevin, I don't mind GTA 5. I played a lot of GTA 5 online. I very much like the online system there. I play a Cuban dictator called Tom Colohue. Basically, I wear a suit made of snakeskin and a classic Che Guevara hat. I like that the referee tried to stop McIntyre attacking Punk, but he couldn't. I like that. Don says, living in America, we suck at PLE events compared to other countries. True. Also, Kevin, I've been playing a lot of Borderlands 3 recently. For a while, I was a big Destiny guy. Didn't last. Sean says, since WWE just said Punk has never lost a strap match, does he lose? I don't have him losing this. I don't have him losing this one. I do think there'll be some sort of shenanigans. There'll be some sort of shenanigans. Security just hold a guy off for having his hands on the barricade. No strap yet. McIntyre won't even get the strap on. Oh, here comes the whipping. They zoomed in knowing there was going to be a mark there. Huge CM Punk chant one more time. Referee needs to impose himself. He's the buff ref. He's doing as he's told. Haven't watched it yet, Kevin. I've heard terrible things. Been a definite boost of interest from this one. We're about to hit 1,500 views on the show so far. Side rush and leg sweep. McIntyre firmly in control. Firmly. Fans keep trying to make that point. They're only interested in talking Punk. I've not really played it, Kevin. There's quite a few open world games which I tend to avoid. Just again, the OCD means that side quests get me overwhelmed. Hence why I've never played Witcher. Sean says, I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Crash Bandicoot movie, since they love making money off video games. After Borderlands? Nah. Last of Us Season 2? Maybe. I did cry my eyes out with that show. It were good. It were good. Sean says, do you think RDJ will play a great villain in Doctor Doom? I think so. The characters merge together very nicely. We have one red light. Yes, Kervin, I used to play quite a bit of Halo. Back in the day, myself and 2 friends would regularly co-op on Halo, making it as difficult as we can, legendary, all the skulls involved. That was for Halo 1, 2 and 3. After that, we fell out of it pretty firmly. Punk has already hit a go to sleep. That's where we are now. He's already hit the finish. But it's one thing we remember, finishes don't mean anything anymore. Blue says, already like this better than the SummerSlam match. Love Seth, but he was too goofy for this blood feud. I think it's a very good thing they wrote him out for this one. And now he has to take some time away to think about what he did. What's the downside of touching the buckle, mate? You're not playing smart. And now it's time for some more whipping. To be fair, one of the reasons this feud has been so good is that both men love a good neck breaker. You don't see a lot of neck breakers anymore, but you do when it's Punk and McIntyre. Blue says, I love Wade calling Punk Drew. His investment makes it so much fun. I think Corey Graves always does a good job. I like how Wade Barrett's presenting himself here, though. I think he and Michael Cole have a very good chemistry. They've rolled out of the ring and I'm assuming the lights have turned off. Yeah, McIntyre hearing Michael Cole there. Ever the hypocrite, you said. I do like how wrestlers involve the commentary teams now. They make sure if they hear something, they respond to it. That was something Vince was always very clear should never happen. You're not going to do Future Shock DDT on the table. The table wouldn't break too flat a surface. Much like I think Punk knew the table wouldn't break from the back body drop either. If you're on the table to break, arse first, every time. Every time, arse first. You need that point of impact. If you spread out, it's not going to break. Also, to be fair, you're in Germany. The German announce table is surely the one you break. Ivan Android Curvin, I am not a fan of all the different charger ports. Particularly with Europe making the changes that it is. We have tables. Declan says this match is brutal. I agree, I'm pretty sure Punk just got whipped in the face. And kicked in the face. Seems like he was okay with it. Is he putting the table back? The ultimate heel move is putting the table back under the ring. Like, you will never convince me otherwise. It is the worst thing you can do as a wrestler. You want the fans to hate you? Just push the table back under the ring. Just push the table right back under the ring. I think the special guest referee didn't really help the match. We know how personal this is. We want weapons. Now we've got them, it feels better. But at the same time, knowing that they were going to have 3 matches in this series, knowing that, they had to have kind of a boring one to start with. They had to. Drive-by says, Punk is so red. He really is. Sean says, I think Drew turned heel by attacking Jey Uso. I could be wrong. Difficult to say. Drew never really formally turned heel. Punk is bleeding. Boy's bladed. I can't necessarily say that McIntyre actually did turn heel formally in the standard way. There was an enjoyable period where he technically had turned heel on Bloodline, but also it's the Bloodline. They're not good people. I'd say Jey Uso had the most to do with it, but it's hard to say. That's a nice bit of blood. People are definitely blading again. Punk hasn't actually looked all that good for the entire match so far. That chair's not going to go there. McIntyre with some construction, taking his time. Says it'll do. Slightly awkward bulldog. Still more blood coming. McIntyre, of course, was distracting from the moment when Punk bladed. Clever. By pushing the table back in. So it says, how has Cole only just noticed Punk is bleeding? Awkward, isn't it? Sean says, do you think WWE will wait until the Netflix era to return Alexa Bliss? I think Alexa Bliss will return when there is a storyline for her to return. I know I get a lot of questions on Alexa Bliss. All it comes down to, at its most simple, is when she's ready. When she's ready, she'll be back. It's that simple. Another loud CM Punk chant. McIntyre escapes. Okay. I'm surprised he bladed for the headbutt. But now we've had a Claymore. Blair, not really. Don't like the taste. Had a lot of time when I was a kid, people telling me, oh, you'll love it eventually. I never did. It's not nice. I tend to drink whiskey. Although I do like a nice fruity cider. It's been a good weekend so far. We've been playing out in the garden quite a bit. Nice fruity cider, it goes a long way. Goes a long way. Punk getting out of the ring to make sure McIntyre can't get to that turnbuckle. Use of the chair was nice. Lights have gone off again. One of the things I really enjoy is knowing that there is someone whose job it is to watch the feed and press the like button. I don't know why I enjoy it. It seems a ridiculous thing to enjoy, but I do. Well, we're not doing that one yet, clearly. Interesting that he'd cut for the headbutt rather than the Claymore. Oh, through the table. Never set up a table. If you set up a table, you're going through the table. We know this. We know how this works. The mistake he made was going for the Bulldog again. Never go for the same move twice. Like a Baby's a nice reference. It's a reference to Rikishi's song. Were you aware Rikishi sang a song? I was. And now so were you, and I'm not sorry. Put a little ass on it. And now he's got to get CM Punk back in the ring in order to win the match. Sean says, I was surprised Cody KO opened. I thought it would be the mixed tag. The opening match is always going to be a big one. It's rare that it's going to be something like the mixed tag where they were worried people wouldn't necessarily respond well to it. They need to make sure you're locked in, so they need to make sure the first match is good. It's one of the reasons Becky Lynch always makes a point. Becky Lynch always makes a point of being the one to open if she's not going to main event. Okay, the issue you got is that how long do you get it? How long do you get before they turn the lights off? The rule is anyone goes down, the lights reset. That's established. Okay, so yeah, we'll reset. I like that. I actually do quite like that. Punk's lost the strap. Punk has lost the strap entirely. The The referee needs to make sure it's loose. It's just a very loose concoction. It's not really attached in the way they need it to. You'll note that Drew's made sure to run his hand through it. It's not been tightened. Fans are happy. That's all that matters. Oh, Punk just took one right in the jennies. This is definitely a significant improvement. I do like that when they show the trends, it's #1 trending in the United States. It's not, for example, #1 trending in Brazil, because that's nothing. Blue Sky's doing alright though. 500,000 new subscribers. 500,000 people signed up in the last 2 days. Not doing badly, is it? Sharpshooter's a good call. If someone can't stand up... Oh, he's tapping. Now, obviously, we know that's not how this match works, but Drew McIntyre tapping is a huge moment. He's actually tapping. Not something I expected to see today. That is a big moment. On the ropes, doesn't matter. Does not matter. I like what they've done there. CM Punk tapping out Drew McIntyre is huge. We know this isn't going to be how it works. Neck breaker. Both men love a neck breaker. Don't know why. Don't know why. But they do. Oh, a bit of the accent came out. Just when you count out Drew McIntyre, who must have been in that sharpshooter. The kip up is just showing off. Just pure showing off. Surely we're not surprised. Are we really doing this again? We're doing the bracelet thing again? Why? Why are we doing that? Claymore's hit. Could be the beginning of the end. It won't be. Like, it's not going to be. But it could be. It's not, but it could be. Good morning, Declan. Welcome to the show. I hope you're having fun. Sean says, some just said that gear Punk is wearing as a Geary Warrior and Samoa Joe at All In last year. Could be. Looks very similar. I mean, he owns his gear, so he's going to use it more than once. Going for another one. In the middle of the ring. It looks like this is going to be clean. Oh, Punk with the slow walk. Never trust a slow walk. McIntyre trying to get in the way. This match has gone so long. Another GTS? Do it. That's got to be it. That has got to be the end. Fans are behind him. Blood's cleared up. You've hit him with 3 GTSs. Eventually, he's gonna go to sleep. All you gotta do is tap a turnbuckle. You're already there. You're already there. He wants to hit him again. He's taking a risk here. Don't get me wrong, there'd be an element of catharsis here. But he's taking a risk. Sean says, surprised the GTS didn't reset the lights. To be fair, the lights only reset when you're hit by something. I think they did establish that with the double. Oh god, the Game Friendship bracelet. Okay, job's a good one. His first win since returning to the company 9 months ago. CM Punk's first win on WWE TV in more than 10 years. Comes while strapped on to Drew McIntyre. Yeah. Was it good? It was good. I'd give that match a 9. I actually really enjoyed that. I think McIntyre played a perfect heel. We had tables, we had some work of a chair. It was physical, it was violent, it felt personal. I don't like the bracelet stuff, but they kept it to a very minimum. I like the finish. I like the use of the sharpshooter. I think in general, they wore each other down. I actually love how long it lasted. They, on several occasions, made sure that everyone understood what the rules were going to be. This was a cleverly planned, cleverly laid out match. I give this a 9. I think the blood wasn't too bad either. There is always a temptation to do a bit too much of that. The strap didn't stay on as it should, but in general, good. Really enjoyable. I really enjoyed that. I'm giving that a 9. Dom gives it a 7. Drive-by says, let's hope this is the end of the bracelet. Declan gives it an 8. Sai says 8 for me once I understood what was going on. Bruce says 8. Jordan says a very solid 8 out of 10. Declan is saying any surprises? Depends what you mean by surprises. The match results are usually the surprises you get with PLEs. No interference yet pretty much anywhere. I don't know who that is, but Punk apparently finds him very important and wants to sweat all over him. A UFC guy, okay. CM Punk's turn in UFC definitely ended well. Sean says, do you think WrestleMania would have been Punk's first win since his return if he didn't get injured? No. Punk was set to lose to Seth Rollins at Mania. They are milking this. They do not have that long left to get 2 matches in here. McIntyre's taken his strap and gone home. He wasn't even there on the zoom out. So far, pace is good. As I said, they knew they were going to have 3 matches that went long, but that's sort of the beauty of having 2 matches that won't. You know what I mean? Logically then, that we follow the match that was advertising the Killer's Game with an advert for the Killer's Game. A lot of Batista. Waiting to see Drew McIntyre in this. No clip of Drew McIntyre at all. Missed opportunity, I've got to say. Oh, bad blood. I love the idea that Cody Rhodes has actually just been waiting since July in a parking lot when we've just seen him wrestle. I like that. Danny says, let's sort it at bad blood, hell in a cell. Cannot disagree. Right, so from Colohue, blood, which will take us to bad blood. Organise it by latest. There it is, main matches for bad blood. Opener Drew McIntyre versus CM Punk, Hell in a Cell. Main event Liv Morgan versus Rhea Ripley, Hell in a Cell. 3,200 views. Retweeting it, resharing it, going crazy. Danny says, October 5th, my birthday. Well, I hope you enjoy it, mate. Bad blood for you, apparently. Declan says, Charlotte and Becky tag team titles at Mania 41. Not what I see personally. Charlotte challenging Tiffany Stratton for the Women's Championship. Becky, I have in a rematch against Rhea Ripley. More on that later. I think I've just seen Astrid ask if there's been a women's strap match. Sable versus, oh god, who was it? Luna? We have our promo section. Sebastian Hackle announcing the attendance. Interesting, they're competing here with the UK. And they just announced they've beaten it. There we go, highest grossing arena show in WWE history. Now that's not an attendance, they're just saying that we made the most money here. WWE announced Bash in Berlin 2024 to be highest grossing arena show ever. This has nothing to do with attendance. They just mean that they've made the most money. Germany paid a lot. A lot. Dominik and Liv backstage. That mustache is so terrible. So terrible. Euros are nearly worth more than pounds now. That's how bad the pound has gotten. I'm not going to cry, Kervin. I do think Bayley should make it. I definitely think Bayley should make it, but we are where we are. Okay, here we go. Is this going to be another one of those Peacock things where you have to subscribe extra expensively? Are you done, Declan? Hope you had a good show, mate. Sean said, is Dominik's mustache as bad as the one Robert Roode once had? It's much worse. Robert Roode suited his mustache. That's your difference. I completely forgot about the ref cam. Completely forgot about it. Also the fact that Liv Morgan was not expecting Dominik to actually do that. She'd given up. Danny says, any idea when Charlotte Flair is back? Yep, they're waiting for storylines. She's been cleared, they're just waiting for the storylines to line up. I'd imagine Bayley's going to get beaten up by Nia Jax and Tiffany Stratton a few times, and Charlotte's going to come to her rescue. The interesting thing, of course, is would Finn Balor have turned heel if not for the opportunity to put Gunter's foot on the ropes? Or would he have just not bothered? Arguable that the Judgment Day didn't implode at all. Still 5 people. The fact that it's always Finn Balor saying no leaders, and the fact that Carlito is there. Why is Carlito there? I still don't understand. I have to ask the world. No, but seriously, why is Carlito in Judgment Day? I still have absolutely... I cannot spell. Absolutely no idea how this has happened. Not a clue. Not in the slightest. They're really going with the dance music, aren't they? I kind of love it. Does not fit the people in the ring, but kind of love it. Sean says the shots are being cleared and WWE is waiting on a storyline for her. I have no news on that. None whatsoever. Kevin says CM versus Drew McIntyre, Hell in a Cell. One problem, I'm still waiting for CM Punk to wrestle Monday Night Raw. Then keep waiting. You just keep waiting. Because you're going to have to. CM Punk and Drew McIntyre are both in privileged positions and are not required to wrestle very often. Essentially, WWE confident their feud is good enough that actual in-ring wrestling can be pretty well protected. Another Daddy Dom reference. They really like that, don't they? They're very proud of themselves for that phrase. While Susie heard the Judgment Day theme, I do think the entrance was better with Edge, particularly his big smoky throne. I mean, the man smoked. This would be the greatest use of the It clown makeup if Liv Morgan rocked it right now. Just going to throw that out there. She stole that poor little boy. They do not look good together. But then again, Dom and Rhea never looked good together. I think they intentionally make a point of not looking good together just to really drive the point home. I kind of got to respect it. It looks like it doesn't work. It looks like it doesn't belong. And that's why it does. There's no other way to really say it. That's why it does. There's no real combination here. They're not necessarily working as a tag team. They don't have a combined entrance. There's just a lot of humping. No, yeah, I've had relationships like that. It makes more sense than I'm willing to admit. Yeah, fair. We've all been there, I assume. I assume we've all been there. Whoa. We will not be using words like upgrade, sir. Different does not mean worse. Now, I have been told that Damian has been encouraging the idea of making an entrance to Rhea Ripley's music. He wants to make sure she gets as much spotlight as he does. To be fair, I think, if anything, he needs more of the rub than she does because, as it were. But this is one of the reasons that, by and large, they're entering to Rhea's music as a unit. Oh, God. He is rocking out to it. One of the only people who make Rhea Ripley look short. My favourite thing as well, how often do you actually see platonic friendships in wrestling? You just don't. How often do you see platonic partnerships in wrestling? I don't think you do. Terror Twins all the way. Danny says, can see Daddy Dom and Liv picking up the win here. I have Damian Priest pinning Dominik Mysterio. Kevin says, I understand Drew McIntyre, the man, wrestles a lot. Monday Night Raw, but CM Punk, I'd imagine that was supposed to say doesn't. Dom says, Liv's attire says, Dom, not you though. Not you. Like, deep breath, mate. I get it, but not you. Sean says, do you see Liv ending 2024 as champion? I'm not sure. I think at some point around War Games Royal Rumble time, that's when she's most at risk. Nearly, Danny. It's actually not cherry. It's just Coke. Oh, wow. Wow, you have to calm down, Wade Barrett. He's very much found his groove. I did not love him when he first started. He got real good real fast. Rhea wants Liv Morgan to suck it. I don't know if everyone recognised that, everyone saw it. She would like Liv Morgan to suck it. Dom said, I had 8,000 people screaming F you Dom. My child told me they weren't talking about me at Raw 3 months ago. I should hope not. Oh, you're right, yeah. Good spot, Sean. Sponsored by Star Wars. You'd think the last one should be with the whole lightsaber element. Looks like we're going to start with the men. Works for me. I can confirm it was the exact same gear that Punk wore against Samoa Joe. I give Dominik some credit. He's trying. It's not gonna work, but he's trying. Like, bless you. No, but keep trying. I think they're chanting we want Ripley. Danny, that change comes in 2 weeks. Kevin says, for some reason, WWE never believed in Fyre and Dawn. They do, otherwise they wouldn't have given them the championships. Not every loss is because you don't believe in someone. It's not a thing. And the girls are in, and the girls are going to war. This is one of those matches when both sides, they're going to deliver. We're just going to see a lot of people getting beaten up for a while, and I'm excited for it. Again, we're using seductress. Like, calm down. I feel like y'all got a thing for blonde women. Rhea Ripley showing off. A lot of this match is going to involve Rhea Ripley beating the hell out of Dominik, which I'm down for. Just throwing that out there. Down for that. Got no problems. No issues with it whatsoever. Dominik's tagged in. Rhea Ripley wants to fight. It's not going to work. Damian just slowly, quietly standing there. It's lovely. Danny says, I believe Cole is back on Raw when Netflix hits. I believe so, yes. There's a whole lot happening in a very short space of time. It's very confusing. We're still very much in the face beatdown section because you know 100% the fans just want to see Dominik and Liv get the hell kicked out of them for a little while. You know that. They know that. Everyone knows that. So we're going to get a nice bit of a beatdown, then it's going to swap over. Looks like that period has now started. Yep, we're going to use the steps, we're going to use weaponry, we're going to use whatever we can. Clever. Again, I feel like if we're watching on Raw, this would be a commercial break. Dom says, I know they're trying to keep Finn and Priest away, but why not put them in Hell in a Cell at Bad Blood? Because there are other people who are more deserving of being in a Hell in a Cell. Kevin says, how to make the Drew McIntyre versus Punk Hell in a Cell more interesting. Number one contender for Gunter's championship. I don't think it needs to be made more interesting. I think it's interesting enough. Rhea Ripley just wearing a choker that says brutality is a mood. No complaints. No complaints. It sounds like I give up, but I know it isn't. Rhea Ripley winding people up. And so she should. That's kind of her entire job. Okay, we got some show off. Michael Cole laying into the ref. We're in a weird phase right now, guys. Weird phase. Not what I was expecting. Damian Priest powering out of this one. There'll definitely also be a period where Liv Morgan's in the ascendancy over Rhea Ripley. I don't think we're quite ready for that, because that's going to feel weird. Like, watching that's going to be odd. The pairing is a bit different from an obvious issue that we have with Damian Priest and Dominik. Dominik can compete. Liv Morgan and Rhea Ripley, there's a disparity there, that's all I'm saying. Although, to give them credit, they're not pretending otherwise. Wonderful Lighting says, how are you watching it? I'm watching it at current on the good old-fashioned WWE network. And this time next year, I'll be watching it on the good old-fashioned Netflix. You think that, Dom? You're wrong, but you think that. Dane says, I'm disappointed it's not an intergender match. I want to see Rhea kick Dom's arse. Do you want to see Damian kick Liv's? Because that's what would happen. And we'd have comparisons two things which we shouldn't be having comparisons to. Very real situations. There's a reason that women beat up men in WWE, and they're very careful about when they go the other way. The last way I can remember, Baron Corbin on Becky Lynch, which was fucking amazing, and let's not say otherwise. Alyssa says, who do you see Liv Morgan feuding with at WrestleMania? If not Rhea Ripley, then who? Anybody? Why at 6? I mean, I wouldn't hate the idea of Alexa Bliss versus Liv Morgan. Throwing that out there. Sean says, when this feud started, Rhea was the heel and Liv was the face. To be fair, it was like 3 years ago. Ah, that brings back memories. Rhea Ripley choking Dominik with her thighs. He did tap, but she is holding the rope, so... Liv Morgan's just being ripped apart here. I feel so bad for her, but I'm also really enjoying it. She's been a great heel. Liv Morgan rescues Dominik. He's definitely getting a riptide by the end of the match. It's a very good code breaker. Rhea Ripley just threw herself back. Oh, okay, I've also now seen the Daddy Dom choker. This whole feud's an interesting one. Not much to really say about that one. Blue says Wade's reaction to Rhea beating Dom was hilarious. Dom saying it was a nice move by Liv. She's honed her craft quite a bit recently, I'll say that. This feud has brought the best out of her, but also her time off due to injury was very well spent. Oh yeah, just kicked in the face. Just kicked in the face. Judgment Day have not had anything here. They are just getting beaten. It's kind of mean-spirited in the end. That was a bad jump. Lots of face stuff. And I don't mean like face or heel, I mean in the face. Lots of in the face. Sit-out clothesline, you don't see a lot of them. Okay, so Rhea's offensive move was to sit on her. Big pop. Terror Twins on Damian's Fyre. I don't see a Terror Twins on Rhea Ripley. Logically, the boots? Maybe the bum? Are we going for a dual Falcon Arrow here? Not Falcon Arrow, wrong one. Razor's Edge, that's the badger. On the bum. Rhea Ripley giving Damian a clear instruction to rip his head off. Even if Judgment Day do get involved now, there's 2-on-1. And they're distracting Damian. JD McDummer. That's what they went with. JD McDummer. Well done, Michael Cole. Oof. Rhea had to bend over a little faster than she would have liked there. Still, good move. There's Finn. Damian might be taking the pin here. As always, there be Finn Balor. He's not losing to that. Come on. No. Yeah. Former World Heavyweight Champion. No, mate. Kevin says, can we see Dominik Mysterio be babyface one day, or is it going to be difficult? Would have been difficult for Roman. I do think Dominik has sort of replaced Baron Corbin as the textbook heel, though. Liv tagged in. Suicide dive right over the head of Rhea Ripley. Rhea thankfully catches her and then falls, but that was right past her. Angle was completely wrong. Oh, that wasn't so much a backbreaker as a bum breaker. Jade is a distraction. Rhea just... I'm not fully understanding a lot of what's happening here. Well done, JD. Well done. No, absolutely. That was a Keith Lee Adam Cole spot. Beautifully done. You're going to get distracted by Finn now? Yes, you are. It ain't going to work for you. They keep getting the pace up, and it just all starts to fall apart. Oh, okay. That probably hurt. That probably hurt a lot. Blue says this is so hype. Liv's in trouble here. Liv's in real trouble here. If there's going to be a Raquel, this is the time. John says, I don't think Finn is a good heel. If you've seen him in NXT, yeah, he good. He good. This feels like it'll be a Riptide, sexy pin. Real sexy pin. Liv takes a sexy pin. Blue says, saving the Dom Riptide for bad blood. Fair. Terror Twins basically beat the entire Judgment Day. Oh no, don't. Sorry. Anyway, moving on. So, less than an hour left. One match left to go, and that being the main event. Gunter defending the World Heavyweight Championship against Randy Orton. And yeah, the entire Judgment Day were there. Couldn't do anything. Could not do a thing. They've reached the level as babyfaces where no one can get in their way. They're too big. Do you remember when Bianca Belair would just beat the entirety of Damage Control on her own? That's what we're talking about here. Rhea Ripley and Damian Priest beat the entire Judgment Day. Feels like the days Bianca Belair would demolish all of Damage Control. They are it. Blue says, could Raquel save Liv for Hell in a Cell? If there's any involvement from Raquel, then it will definitely not happen tonight, because tonight's already happened. Sean says, I think that's Liv's first loss as champion. Could well be. Does suggest that Hell in a Cell is going to end with Liv still champion. She just blew a kiss at the referee. This woman is a menace. She is a menace. Sai gives the match a 7. I also quite liked it. I think 7's very fair. There were a few... No, give it an 8. Giving it an 8. I don't think it was quite long enough. I would have liked to see Dominik take that Riptide as well. I do think Judgment Day coming out actually took away from the match because they made no difference at all. But in general, still fun, high tempo, and even at its most basic level, satisfying. Giving it an 8. Sai gives it a 7. Dom gives it a 7. Blue also gives it an 8. Kervin, I have no idea what question you've asked me there. Much like with the CM Punk Drew McIntyre match, they follow the match with an immediate ad for what was advertised during. Marcel gives it a 7.5. I'm enjoying this one. I'm enjoying it more than I expected, but I don't know, I think they've put together something good in general. A Dominik Mysterio match is always fun. Bruce gives the match an 8 as well. I think the first match is actually coming off worse over time. Not because it was bad, but because it was standard. I don't know, it was standard. Kevin, I have no idea what you're talking about. Bruce gives the match an 8. We have ourselves a No Mercy commercial. Jada Parker got next, but Jada Parker would not have had next if Julia was fit. So take advantage while you can. And it's a TNA special, Joe Hendry versus Ethan Page. I met Joe Hendry a couple of times. I've seen him wrestle a lot. Like a lot. It's nice to see him get the chance. So No Mercy is tomorrow, midnight UK time. No tar, basically. Doing the Google Earth thing again. There's a lot happening. Sean says, Roxanne retains and Julia appears to set up the match in the future. Yeah. Exactly what I'm expecting. Okay, so Joe Tessitore debuts this Monday. Sheamus versus Big Bronson Reed versus Ludwig Kaiser. I'd be very surprised if Big Bronson Reed didn't win that one. Though Ludwig Kaiser would also be a really good shout. But Bronson Reed versus Bron Breakker, that's a hell of a match. And with the way they've been building him, you wouldn't know. There's always going to be an Ilya Dragunov. Always. Dragunov, Dragon Lee and Dom Mysterio. Give me Dragunov. And then give me a feud between Dragunov and Dragon Lee because Pete Dunne wins. Pete Dunne versus Bron Breakker will be a great match, but can be a convincing win for Bron Breakker. Bronson Reed and Ilya Dragunov can continue their feud. Bron Breakker versus Ilya Dragunov is coming. Okay, that's what I expect to see for the IC Championship at Mania, personally. It's coming. I didn't curve in. I have no interest in the Sonic the Hedgehog movies. None whatsoever. Okay, they're advertising the height of a tower. Let me just say the following. I'm not good with heights. Actually, to be clear, I'm okay with heights. I'm not good with falling from heights. Falling from heights is a problem. Okay? Just making that clear. I did climb the Eiffel Tower. Got to the very tippy top. I can't remember it. I shut down somewhere while going up in a lift. My brain just turned off. And it only turned back on once we were not just on the floor, but quite a way away from the tower. Yes. So yeah, me and heights. Not the best of friends. So we are into our final height package. The Gunter of it all. Current World Heavyweight Champion. Was always coming. Was always coming. Gunter chopping a camera is a look. Sean says, you don't think Jey Uso wins the tournament? It would just mean another big loss for Jey. Like, they're getting him on PLEs, but I think at this point, just stop getting him beat up all the time. I think if you have Bronson Reed and Ilya Dragunov going at it, Bronson Reed hits something big, Jey Uso throws himself into Bronson, Ilya Dragunov is pinned by Pete Dunne, just taking advantage. That works best for me. That's how I would put it through. Then we get Bronson versus Ilya Dragunov. Ilya Dragunov actually being a match for him, but not 100%. Like, it's very even until you get Braun Strowman interfering and so on. People start taking revenge on Bronson Reed. We all move on with our lives. That kills time while also still building Ilya Dragunov. They've done a good job with Bronson Reed so far. Alyssa said, who dethrones Roxanne, Stephanie or Julia? I have Julia still, for a brief championship reign. Danny says, just to put it out there, my dad knows Pete Dunne's father. Good mates he is from Dudley, not Birmingham. Yeah. They know that most people in America won't know Dudley, but will at least know something about Birmingham. Not many people know Lenny Henry over there. Gunter trying to get this personal to basically just take advantage of that. The more Randy Orton hears his voices, the less stable he becomes. I do like that Gunter is expanding on his overall character. He's always been the great wrestler. His whole character has been great wrestler. We're now getting to a point where he's teasing people because they can't beat him. He's too good a wrestler. Ego is starting to seep through. I like it. I like it. Kevin, this card has been really well put together. Really well put together. So far, I think the tempo, the pacing has been brilliant. You might disagree, but that's what I think. Randy Orton making the entrance first, naturally. Randy in red. Sean says, best match of the card so far. Hard to say. Punk McIntyre, probably. The last match, though, was very satisfying. Okay, that is camera work. The confidence of that close-up, that slow lean back, letting the people really get behind him. Oh. That's louder than Cody. That is louder than Cody. Now, I'm pretty sure we all know what's going to happen here. I'm pretty sure we're all okay with it. In fact, I'm pretty sure we're all excited to see it. Randy Orton's getting this cheer now, but once he steps in that ring, he's not going to be the good guy no more. He has to work heel here. Only thing that makes sense. Alyssa says Cody Rhodes shouldn't defend title, be pay-per-view, all pay-per-view. Okay. Tom says his reaction from yesterday to today is different. He's working heel tonight. I'm confident he will be, yes. It makes a lot of sense. If you think that pop was good, wait for the next one. Drive-by says people are getting bigger pops than Cody, and deservedly so. He's not really in any important storylines, and the title doesn't feel as important since Roman held it. I don't think that's unfair. I think Cody certainly has had a lot of opportunities, but the feuds he's had so far have not been great. The matches have been good, the quality's been there. Cody in the feuds has been fantastic. Solo Sikoa sapped quite a bit of life out of it. And it's not just him. I think we expected good matches against people like Logan Paul as well. But it's just, where do you go from there, you know? Now that we've had ourselves a Solo Sikoa feud, we're now looking at another one. The match with Kevin Owens, we knew Kevin Owens wasn't going to turn. It's not the excitement that we're looking for. But what next? What next? Why would he care about Michael Cole talking about his weight? It's going to be Samantha Irvin who actually announces it. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, so I'm enjoying the crowd now. Methinks rightly so. Okay, that'll probably be your last big cheer there, Randy. No big flair, because it's the ring general, like, there will never be flair. He's just casually heading down. Alyssa says, problem is nobody cares about Solo. People do care about Solo, particularly people in WWE. And people outside of WWE a year ago really cared about Solo. Kervin says, because Cody Rhodes chasing the championship is more fun than being the champion. Fair, happens a lot. And Sean says, what did you think of Rosemary appearing on NXT? I can't wait for more. We have a half hour for this, but it could go over. There is no curfew in place on this show. Whereas All In, they did have to wrap up by 10. His name was shouted from the rooftops. He is loving his life. Also, nearly 70% German apparently. Ludwig Kaiser has arrived. That was good camera work. I very much enjoyed that. Samantha Irvin making all the right decisions. I'm still keeping an eye on Giovanni Vinci here. In German, and so he should. Blue said Ludwig goated. You're gonna try and get these guys over at this show. Ludwig should be getting over by association here. This is what it should have always been. Oh, they know the lines. Has Gunter already been in a pretty intense match? Because his chest already looks chopped to fuck. Has there ever been a more fitting nickname for anyone than Ring General Gunter? Guys, I'm not suggesting that Vinci would appear here for the first time ever. I'm suggesting that he has some unfinished business and now might be a good time to really heat him up. Randy Orton, I'm guessing he's supposed to be looking at the gold. In reality, I think he was kind of looking at Gunter's balls. Okay, he's wearing those sort of trunks, but still. Now here we go again. There will be no quiet here. They will not be stopped. They will not be silenced. Decibel meter out again. Gunter just standing still and waiting. He knows. The match is secondary to what is happening in the crowd here. I expect this to play out very similarly to the first match. Decent quality match, elevated by crowd support, in the end getting an okay rating. Orton applauding the crowd. Here we go. Like, I know we had this at King of the Ring. I didn't see it because he was in Saudi Arabia. But it really doesn't matter. This still feels fresh. This still feels exciting. We know what these guys can do. Blue says, I thought their first match was great. A lot of smart work from Orton, especially with the leg sell. He was going through a phase at that point where he just kept selling that leg. Sai says, Vince would sabotage his own shows to stamp out crowds like this. We're in a new age, sir. A new age. We're advertising a post-show. I won't be watching it. And let's be honest, neither will you. We have 22 people here watching. We've had 30 likes so far. And so far, 2,339 views. By the end of this show, are we going to hit 2,500? Because if we can, I'll be a happy boy. We always get views on these shows. We don't necessarily have a lot of viewers, but we always get views. I feel like a lot of people just basically pop in looking to watch the show on Pirate. I mean, I'll take the view. You're still watching an ad for me. Kevin says, too bad we don't see no beach ball like the old day. I don't miss the beach balls. And you're in an interesting mood, Kevin. You're in a very interesting mood. You just seem to hate everything. What's happening? And if you hate wrestling, why are you here? JBL reference from the commentary team. Crowd taking it over once again. They will not be silenced. The German announce team are up and dancing as well. Oh no, one of them is, and Wade Barrett has joined in. Because why not? Why not? Oh, hey, wrestling's happening. Cesaro was Matt. Cesaro is no longer in the company, mate. So there is no connection whatsoever between what you're saying and what's actually happening. We have a "This is awesome" chant after a hammerlock. That's the world we live in now. You can only assume Gunter and Randy Orton have been doing a lot of very intense rehearsals. Because again, he looks like he's taken a lot of chops. Gunter's calling the match here, which is interesting. You'd assume that Randy Orton would be the guy calling it. That said, to my knowledge, and in my experience, Gunter does call most of his matches. They seriously do no Mexican wave in the middle of a World Heavyweight Championship match. This is going to get bad, isn't it? They're in a rest hold, and I suppose the idea is to let them get it out of their system. You need to get on top of this, guys. This crowd is going to take over. You're going to have to do something to get him back on side, okay? You're doing too much wrestling in your wrestling match. Now, I've spoken to Gunter about crowd reactions. His typical response is always, "I don't care." He's beyond this. Randy Orton just took the piss. I think we've just got the right crowd for this. I think Orton's just reclaimed the moment. He's genuinely just reclaimed the attention of the crowd. Credit to him. That was smart. We are going to need to see some... There we are. Okay, yeah, we're back. Randy Orton, I tell you. So it says 2020 Orton would not tolerate a wave. This Orton joins in. What a world we live in. He just seems happy to be back. I do feel the gear and the massive red mark makes me kind of feel like Gunter's a bit of a big Daniel Bryan tonight. It's the purple trunks. It really is. Gunter chant, they are very much back in it. You don't need a tribal chief there, Dom. You've got Randy Orton. Drive-by says everything is a lot more chill since Vince left. People can have fun. People can always have fun, just not when the TV camera was watching. Randy Orton selling the Gunter chop. I do feel like people have stopped selling the chop from Gunter enough. Considering what he was known for most was his chop. They built it heavy in NXT UK. He'd hit someone with the chop and they would go down. Lisa, I'll do what I want, thank you. It's my channel. Entirely my channel. Again, I feel like on Raw this would be a commercial break. It's been a weird show. Are we going for steps? Orton's just teasing me, just touching it. A little bit, just a little tiny tap. Just sort of lifting it up and dropping it back down again. He wants the steps. Drive-by says, will you be tuning into the Netflix Vince documentary next month? Probably, yeah. I want to see if they're actually honest about the guy. I don't think they will be, but I'll try. Into the steps again. I would suggest he was separating them to make sure they at least move when he threw Gunter into it, but Gunter's a pro, he knows how to break it. Cody said this has been a great crowd across the pond. WWE to stay breaking records these days. Yep, they are celebrating, and people are celebrating on their behalf that they are charging more for tickets. Kevin says, I remember when Fightful said Mr. McMahon wanted to bury Gunter. He didn't. He had a very classical idea of how to get Gunter over, and that was basically foreign guy, bad guy, and that was it. He didn't want to bury him, he just didn't necessarily want to make him the World Heavyweight Champion. There is a difference. Sean says TNA has been selling out shows also. Do you think that's due to the collaboration with WWE? No, I think that's due to very clever booking of shows. If TNA, for example, tried to get 20,000 people into an arena, chances are they're not selling out shows. That's all I'll say. Still no, to be honest, Sean. It's just, with the move and everything, I've fallen behind. After this, chances are I'm going to have to go back to working on the house. Been doing gardening today. It's been nice. It's been a nice day. I think it's dark now. Yeah, it's dark now. Randy Orton's still getting cheered, and can I just say, Gunter seemed as surprised as anyone there that Michael Cole was talking about a bruise. He actually checked himself. Still Randy chance. I might be wrong about this working heel thing. I'm confident it was the plan, but the crowd are not turning on Randy here. Might be because Gunter is not German. It is a pretty hefty bruise. Michael Cole wasn't wrong. Gunter's been a bit banged up here. Orton's been dominant. Gunter hasn't really threatened at all yet. Orton showing off a few missing teeth there. He's definitely re-entered his turtle face. I'll say that. Like, with respect, respectfully, he's re-entered his turtle's face. We're back to the chops. Orton's selling them, but not as much as that first one. My favourite thing is when trolls don't even read the title. They just come in and start saying whatever in the hope that it actually matters. God bless. Boost my chat rate while you're here. Whine for a bit. It'll be fun. Orton's still in control, but we're going back into good old-fashioned Orton rest hold territory. Gunter's been largely calling this match. Orton's now communicating something. I guess the next phase goes down to Gunter's comeback. Interesting that they're basically calling the ascendancy of the other person. It's very much a case of, okay, hit me with this, this, and this. Fall away. Randy Orton with a fall away slam. Man's showing off now. Okay, still going, still in control. It's not necessarily an impactful fight. It's very different from Drew McIntyre versus CM Punk, for example. It's also managed to find its way to being different than Cody and Kevin Owens because there isn't a tension there. There isn't this, oh, maybe there's an injury. There isn't this, oh, is someone going to turn on someone? There's no storyline reasoning beyond who's going to win. It's actually just a wrestling match. And it's not played as anything else. Orton does not go down from the clothesline. Can't get him down. I feel like this is going to come down to age and stamina, which is not a bad thing. Sean said, does Randy stay on Raw after this? It depends on who wins. Orton versus Cody, still very much on the agenda. Oh, I love that move. The man knows how to power slam. There are some great power slams in the business. Dustin Rhodes, Samoa Joe. Randy Orton, though. There are certain moves that he just does incredibly. The power slam, the superplex, all the superplex. Raul, you've never met me. You have no idea what happens in my life. If you genuinely think I watch it all day, you clearly have not spent a lot of time on this channel. Danny says, who feuds with the ring general after this? Oh, it depends. I'd imagine after this, Gunter has a bit of sway himself to determine an opponent. Could be a great spot for Bronson Reed, to be honest. He loses the IC Championship Fatal 4-Way without being involved in the fall. He goes after someone like Gunter for an opportunity. Gunter gives it to him. And then ultimately we have Seth Rollins return, and that's how the match doesn't end in his favour. Gunter still gets a good match. Bronson Reed gets built up. We move on to a War Games match between Seth and Bronson Reed. Whereas Gunter then starts to move towards Drew McIntyre. Sean said, do you think Damian gets a rematch against Gunter? I don't think so, honestly. I don't think it's a bad shout. I don't think it will hurt anyone, but I don't necessarily see it. I think Priest is out of the reckoning until after WrestleMania now. At which point, I don't think Gunter's going to be champion. Priest versus Finn Balor is going to be the focus for quite a while. Sai says 5 minutes to set up a troll account, 2 seconds to boot it. Yep. It's not a hard job. All you guys are really doing is boosting the chat rate. Keep going with the trolls, do your thing, but Sai's here and he's just going to cut you down. It's really that simple. Oh no, my hurt feelings. Y'all have hurt me so much. I'm 36 years old. You're not going to hurt me. Okay, Michael Cole said this is one of the most physical matches you'll witness. I don't agree. It's very much a Randy Orton match so far. No real threats of an RKO. No high tempo. Kevin says, what's next for Cody Rhodes? Because SmackDown doesn't have enough legit contenders. I'm going to just go ahead and point at Randy Orton there. Reckon he's going to be in the Reckoning. I've overdone the Reckoning word. Cody seems likely to get back involved with Solo. I do think there's a rematch of Roman coming at some point, but that will likely be after War Games. I kind of think Roman versus Cody might be the Royal Rumble match. truth, using that one post talk about how other people spend their lives. Imagine, not sure where you're going there, Drive-By. Imagine that your entire life essentially boils down to following my shows, knowing when my shows are going live, and creating accounts again and again and again. Is there anyone more pointless than that troll? I give you meaning, because what else are you doing with your life? Nothing. You have no friends. The tempo is still down. I'm not loving what's happening so far. We're starting to get a few signature moves going for the draping DDT. He's going to land this one. Randy feeling it. Dom suggests the best spine buster to be Triple H. We should do that at some point. Do a breakdown of who does the best move, who does the best suplex, for example. I think that'll probably go to Brock, let's be fair. Best spine buster, best backbreaker. Few people good at that. I think Bobby Lashley was always pretty good at that one. Neck breaker. There's a few good ones that. Randy Orton delivers a good one. Drew McIntyre does. CM Punk, naturally. Danny says Cena to beat Gunter at Mania. No. Drive-By says I'd much rather see Roman feud with Seth instead of Cody based on the end of WrestleMania. I don't think you're going to get your wish due to the fact that they're on different shows. So he says Cody must surely face Cena on his retirement tour. I mean, I don't think they're going to get another opportunity. They're going to do it. They've got to do it now. Orton now setting up for an RKO. Gunter is looking for a prompt somewhere. He's looking for an instruction. Irony, German suplex. I've just realised earlier on we saw some pretty big German suplexes. I'm realising now the irony of the situation. Realising it now. Kevin says this match is slow. I cannot disagree. This feels like a WWE main event. There's a lot of people who love wrestling Randy Orton. I don't love watching Randy Orton. I don't. It takes a long time to watch a Randy Orton match. And it's, yeah. It's happening, I guess. Are they really calling it the T-Rex dropkick? Gunter with a splash? Not a great one. Briefly teabagged Randy Orton there. Which Randy Orton knows something about teabagging. Just not from that angle. Why would I respect someone that adds no value even to their own life? Jesus Christ, Lisa, goodbye. So in reality now there's about 10 minutes left and this match has not really started. The crowd are into it. I think only because of location. Going for a powerbomb? Are we going to up the pace? The powerbomb is what beat Drew McIntyre. No, he's still selling in the arm. Nicely played, Si. Nicely played. He's still selling the arm, and I do think that's going to affect a lot of what he does. Left arm clothesline. I think so far I definitely preferred the McIntyre match. It was just faster. I think I've said it before. Randy Orton is a vet. He's very experienced. I love his work, except I don't. I don't like his wrestling. It's too slow for me. In a world where we watch a Seth Rollins match and the pace there, even in a world where we watch Brock Lesnar, Orton is slow. It's very classical, There's nothing wrong with it. It's going to end in a pile driver, isn't it? There's nothing wrong with it. It's just not for me, really. Come on, you can get him up into a pile driver spot. Just do a pile driver. Apparently not. Oh, here we go. He got it. It's not going to be the win. I suspect Gunter's kicking out of an RKO. Ironically, while that spot was very good in-ring psychology, that's probably the highest tempo they've done, and it was basically 2 minutes to get one move. That's where we are with this. Curtin says if this match was in the USA, there'd be little reaction. I agree. I genuinely even think the crowd in Germany are getting bored. Like, they're trying, they want to, but I think even they're getting bored. This happens too much with the main events. Orton potatoes, gets the RKO, kicks out of the RKO. What did I just say? Literally, what did I just say? I think that'll be the last hurrah for Randy. This is not warranting a holy shit chant. Yeah, this was definitely... I think it was worse during the Roman era. Because, Jesus Christ, that dragged. But the main events still tend to be bloated, self-indulgent. It tends to be self-indulgent. We're getting something done with the German announce table. Now Orton needs to remember that every time he hits an RKO on an announce table, it does not break. It does not break. The American announce table has been through a lot. A lot. It's been through a fight and a half. The German announce table looks like it's the one that'll actually break. Gunter is dripping. No one has ever been disqualified for using steel steps. That has never happened. What are you talking about? Okay, so logically what he's doing is setting up a powerbomb from Gunter through the table. So Gunter can stand on the steps and powerbomb him through the German announce table. Never set anything up, you always get hit with it. You remember CM Punk in that table? I do. Holding the back of his head. Definitely didn't happen there. Sean said, do you think we get a Ludwig Kaiser interference? I don't. I think Gunter is crowned here. Recrowned, as it were, after SummerSlam. The SummerSlam win was more, oh, Finn Balor's given him the championship. He's not going to want that. He's going to want a formal crown. I won. I beat this. Orton's sort of the perfect person for it. If you're going to beat someone, you want to beat someone at the very top of their game. At the very top of the industry. Randy Orton is the guy at the top. I know that he's not champion right now, but of all the people currently wrestling, Randy Orton is the most decorated. He is the most experienced. He's the guy to beat. I mean, we know this Because look at what happened to Keith Lee's career after he beat Randy. Feels crude. Still funny though. Setting up more steps. And not properly. He's actually just rebuilt it properly. Did he build the ring? Man's got experience. A dueling chant is actually favouring Randy Orton right now. They probably shouldn't have made the German connection. Just made the European connection. Embrace it. You don't got to do this. Breaks the count out. Nicely done. Michael Cole was actually prompting Randy Orton there, saying, "That's not the bad arm, Randy. It's not the bad arm." He wanted Orton to hear that and make a change. Cleverly done. Might need to break the count again. Like, what move does he have that he climbs the steps for? He's going for the back body drop again? I don't understand how this benefits you. He did it. Cool. Fair enough. It's a normal standard Orton move, but got him through the table. And now he's having to sit down. What is happening with this match? Gonna do the pose? He's gonna do the pose. That's a mixed response. That is a mixed response. He climbed down those steps about as quickly as wrestlers climb up ladders. Michael Cole explaining why they stopped the countdown and just gave up. Oh, now he's counting. After they just explained why you're not bothering anymore, now you're counting. We are now heading into an overrun. As I say, there is no curfew in play. They can overrun if they would prefer to. Again, mixed response starting to seep through. He's starting to work heel. Not really enough behind him though. Going for the RKO again. There was a tiny little misstep there. Tiny little misstep when Orton was making sure the Gunter was prepared. It's not impossible that he wins with a sleeper. It's Gunter. It's not impossible. Tables have turned. That's a reference. Sleeper, of course, in MMA, recognised as a rear naked choke. I genuinely think Orton is still more popular. Gunter's cut his knee. Everyone's getting little random cuts. I love that. They're saying Orton's turning red. Orton has been red since the day he was born. He is a bright-faced man. Sean says there's certain places WWE goes where they have a curfew where they can't run over. Yes, there is. It is actually quite common in Europe. For example, All In had a curfew at Wembley. Oh, a chop to the back of the neck. Again, I think the sleeper might well be what finishes this. Gunter doesn't really have a finish per se, as we know. He's won with clotheslines, he's won with splashes, he's won with sleepers, he's won with powerbombs. His entire style is just consistently wearing his opponent down. Oh, now he's doing a bit of riding. Okay, sleeper broken. Now we're heading to a new phase. Oh no, sleeper again. Sleeper again. Sleeper again. Okay, I'm liking this. This is very Randy Orton style. Just refusing to go into the next phase. I think it's putting him out. He's got him hooked. I genuinely think it's putting him out. He won't tap. It's Randy Orton. I think he's putting him out. He's got the arm perfectly. He's put him out. He's proud of that one. He's very proud of that match. It's a 4. I'm giving it a 4 out of 10. Enjoyed the finish. That's kind of all I've got. Okay cheer for him. Dom gives the match a 6. Marcel gives it a 6.5. Sai says 6 but underwhelming. I'm sticking to it. I wouldn't watch that again. I'm not interested in a rematch. I'm not interested in another Randy Orton match. I'm less interested in the next Gunter match. Undoubtedly, this is going to be celebrated as a triumph, in-ring storytelling and all that jazz, but yeah, no. Gunter retained after passing Randy Orton out. The match was long and slow. That's about all I can say about it. John said, do you think something else should have main evented the show? No, I think that should have main evented the show. I just wanted a bit of a higher tempo. I think there'll be a handshake here. The endorsement, pretty classic. Gunter offers left-handed. He is left-handed for those who don't know. Yeah, I don't ever want to see that again. I don't know what else to really say about it. It was a really slow last hour. But it's another coronation, as mentioned for Gunter. He was going to head out the ring and was told to get back in the ring. Referees instructed him to stay. I'm guessing that just because the cameras hadn't been turned off yet. Orton's teasing something, but they've already gone to the post-show panel. Wade Barrett's already gone. The man is running. The man needs to pee. He needs to pee badly. I thought that was a good show. I thought he was building towards being a great show. I didn't like the main event. That's as far as I'll go with that, because we have been live for more than 4 hours now. We have gone for the entirety of a show that, honestly, there was still a lot of good stuff and a lot of stuff worth checking out. The Punk vs McIntyre match was, I think, the best that they've done. The Terror Twins definitely stood tall and looked very impressive. But in the end, main event let it down quite a bit. We'll wrap it up there. We'll be live on Monday for spoiler warning of all the news and rumours after the fact. Thank you very much to everyone who's joined me. We had 2,536 views, which is always a good spot to be in, and plenty more views on the shorts that we've posted during. Until I see you again then, I've been Tom Colohue. You've been fantastic, and I'll see you all very soon.